This conference will now be recorded.
Notice is hereby given that the Lago Vista City Council is holding a regular meeting on Thursday, September 17th, 2020 at 6 p.m. as prescribed by VTCA Government Code Section 551.041 to consider the following agenda items. Sandra, please note we have all of our council members in attendance. We start with executive session. Number one, convene into a closed executive session pursuant to section 551.071, advice of counsel, 551.072, real property, 551.074, personnel, section 551.087, economic development, Texas Government Code, and section 1.05, Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct regarding a consultation with legal counsel and possible action concerning any regular meeting agenda item requiring confidential attorney-client advice necessitated by the deliberation of discussion of said item as needed. B, consultation with legal counsel regarding pending or contemplated litigation. And C, discussion regarding purchase of real property from Preston Jackman for property located at 20605 Dawn Drive. Aaron, I got a question for you, Aaron. Is Aaron on here?
I don't see her.
All right, so I'll have to get her. All right. I'll get to Aaron when I get to the other session. Dawn, I'll get back to you on your email since she's not in attendance here. So we will convene into executive session at 6:02 p.m.
So Ed, real quick, you're talking about the email where I requested that this executive session item, he's gone already.
Yes.
Nope, there you are.
Yes.
This executive session item be moved to open session.
Yes.
And or I be allowed to attend. And so I sent Aaron a altering legal opinion from hers, but I kind of know where she stands. So I just wanted to have it on the record.
Okay. Yes, that's the email I am referring to.
Okay, thank you. They just left you, Aaron. Ed had a question for you, but he went to executive session. It's the same thing we just talked about in the office, and I'm okay with your opinion of it. I just wanted on the record that I'd rather it be handled another way. See you later. So while I have you here, locked in, Darcy, it's good to see you, Paul. Do I see anyone else in there? Diana, Christina, excellent.
I'm here, Don.
Excellent.
Dwayne is here.
Citizens
So
Council.
it's kind of funny. What's that?
I said, we'll now start the Citizen Council meeting.
Oh, that's right. Actual representation on board, and people not afraid to show their faces. This is good. They're going into executive session again, and I've requested that them handle this in open session because they take way too many items to executive session, but they're discussing litigation against me for something I said or did, in their opinion, on the recording that I took of the mayor and Frank and Lori and my meeting, right? So in that meeting, I'm sure this whole crowd has heard those.
I didn't hear it yet.
Darcy hadn't heard it yet. If you want to get it from me, it's open record. So it's
Yeah,
out there. Real easy to airdrop it from iPhone to iPhone, but I can also email it.
I've been really trying to stay neutral on all of it, and I want to hear it because the one that was online was breaking up and not coming through, and you were missing parts of it, and I don't think that's the way that you should hear something. So right. I figured I would wait to actually hear the whole recording. So
right. Well, I thought I would use this time since they're in executive session deliberating action against me for trying to bring the truth out. As the people who've heard the tape knows, Frank agreed with me in the meeting with Ed and myself. He said several times that he knew about this and he had discussed it with the city attorney and the manager and engineer, and that he told him to stop doing it. But then after that meeting on August 7th, Ed went on to post a few things saying I didn't have any evidence or accusations, and I didn't give them any more after that, and they hadn't recorded the meeting, so they didn't have the ability to re-listen to that meeting. And I listened to it 4 times before I kind of picked up on everything that Frank had said in that meeting. And there were several items in there where I explained to Erin that I can't bring this case to her because she's implicated on the tape as having known about these problems. And so a lot of citizens don't understand the problems. And the problem is our city, when we do spending, whether it's contract or purchase, anything over $40,000 is supposed to come to the council for approval. That prevents them from spending money at big numbers kind of willy-nilly. And the second more important thing is that if it's $50,000 or more, it has to go through the state fair bidding procedure, which is a responsible way to spend citizens' money. You get multiple bids and you take the best bid, and it's public and they're all publicly revealed. Now the law is Title 8 subtitle A, Chapter 252 of the Texas Municipal Code, and it says any expenditures over $50,000, they can't be broken into phases to avoid oversight or fair bidding processes. And I had 3 people come to me and tell me shortly after we defeated the city hall move into a lease space, which made no sense. And the mayor even admitted to me he never read the lease. I've read a lot of leases. It was a terrible lease. I'm glad we prevented that. And it took a lot of citizens rising up to make that happen and speaking up. They tried to sell us that idea for an hour and a half. And then finally, when they let me speak a little and then the citizens speak more, we were able to defeat that by poking all the gaping holes in it that it had, and the poorly thought out plan that it was. So after that meeting, I think I established myself as the guy on the city council who was honest and was not necessarily on the same sheet of music as everyone else. And I guess that led people to trust me. And I had city employees and city officials, not officials, I guess, but city employees. I had a lot of people coming to me and tell me things that were wrong in the city. And as a council person, that is your primary job, is to be oversight for the city manager. And our city manager is pretty much gets everything he wants rubber stamped by the rest of the council. And that's my opinion, but that's not providing good oversight. So in order to write a check for any of these, projects that are being broken down into $35,000, $39,000, $38,000 to avoid oversight, the checks have to be signed by the mayor and or a council member. So Dick Weatherly and David Williams and Ed sign all those checks. And I've talked to, I had a conversation with Dick about it once, and David kind of agreed that all they do is they look at the number on the check and make sure it matches the number on the list, and that's their oversight. And I'm like, man, I don't think that's actually oversight. You're supposed to be looking into and looking for patterns or things that you haven't heard about, like when we write contracts to contractors for $30,000 3 times in a row, and you've never voted on the name of that contractor, and you combine those and you've spent well over $50,000. It's not come to the council, and it's not gone for public bid. So the problem with that is, if you were spending my money, I would want you, if you're going to remodel or landscape my backyard, I would want you to get 3 bids. And that's the way we're supposed to be responsibly spending taxpayer money. And what's happened here is, if you're just double checking a number and signing a check, then you're not providing proper oversight. And with this particular staff, I think it's very important, because they're very gung-ho and aggressive and they want to get stuff done. But it's important that we follow the rules when we're spending taxpayer money to do it. And that's the oversight that has led me to initiate the recall. And that on that subject, I start collecting signatures this Sunday, and I'll be sitting in the parking lot at the Lago Vista Village empty shopping center. Thank God we didn't lease. And I'll be there from 12 to 7 on Sunday, and I'll answer any questions. I've got a handful of flyers with bullet points that you can share with your friends if you come by and see me. Sign the petition. The only one really that sees the petition, the first 5 names are viewed by everyone, but the rest of the names really only the city secretary sees those when she's confirming all of those signatures are actual registered voters in the city. So when I have to collect, according to Sandra, I have to collect 806 signatures. I've got those first 5. So down to 801, I think that's less than a 10-day problem. And especially if we all get it out there and we realize that we have a lack of representation and definitely a lack of oversight going on. I've been to our chief of police about this. He told me he had to recuse himself, but they took my police statement, which I was, my whistleblowers did not want me to go to the local authorities or try to correct it within the city, because they've been around long enough to know it would not be handled correctly in their opinion, and they would probably be retaliated against and probably never get work in the city again. So that was the request to me, and I stayed quiet about as much of it as I could while I reached out to the Travis County Attorney, Texas Municipal League, Texas Rangers, Travis County or Texas Attorney General, and a handful of other agencies. Most of them found that this was a Class B misdemeanor, and it doesn't rise to, it's the last letter I got from the Texas Attorney General. They said this doesn't rise to the level of our involvement. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, if you're pulling together and you're adding up all these numbers, this turns into $1 million pretty fast. And I don't think that remains at a Class B misdemeanor, but that's just me speculating. All I'm trying to do is my job as an oversight individual, as a council person, right? If someone's reported wrongdoing to me, and the law says that whether you're a city official or an elected official or a city staff member, you're all held to the same standard. And that standard is up to 6 months in jail, up to a $2,000 fine, and most importantly, removal from your position, which is all I'm looking for. Is if you're not going to follow the law and spend our taxpayer money according to the law, then you need to be removed from your position, and we need to pick up the pieces and figure out how to move forward. So, okay, I'm talking myself out here. Has anyone got any questions yet? You don't have to say anything. I know this is being recorded, and everyone's always worried about retaliation. But this is our city. We run it, and we've allowed this little clique to run it for too long, in my opinion. And we can be more responsible. We can be more effective with our spending. I advocated as much as I could in the budget process for a 10-cent reduction in our tax rate, because that would be a big relief. That could be up to $300 or $400 or more relief for each citizen in a time when people are struggling a little because of this COVID thing. And no one would even get close to coming and backing me on that, because they, in my opinion, they want that money to spend, and the way they're spending it is a little bit ludicrous when we have growth coming and we have infrastructure problems. We have a lot of infill building going on, which leads to replacing water lines. They just replaced a 4-inch main with an 8-inch main on Paseo de Vaca. It's a very expensive, time-consuming project, right, when you do all these. So if you live at the end of a road and there are only 2 houses on your street, imagine the increased water and sewer demand on your street when all those lots get built on. So that's not really happening in my neighborhood, but it's happening in most of your neighborhoods. And I feel like it's probably should be the most important thing that we're doing in the city. And to take away $1 million from our budget is not going to hurt us. It's just going to make us tighten our belts a little, which is what we're all doing in our regular lives anyway. So I don't think it's a lot to ask. My biggest point is that the council seems to be representing their own needs more than the citizen needs, and it focuses on 1 or 2 pet projects. I won't get into all that because we all know exactly what I mean, but hopefully I feel like there could be outside help coming. I've felt like that for a while, and the government moves slowly enough, and now during a COVID vacation, a lot of them are taking plenty of that time at home and doing very little, it appears. But I don't want to make any accusations, of course, because this being recorded, executive session not being recorded, right? I couldn't get them to take notes in there, or I sent them an email asking them to have this in open session, because what I feel like's happening in there is they're just looking for anything they can come after me for, just to shut me up. And I have nothing to gain. I'm not running for council again. I'm not ever running for mayor. I've done enough, and I want to leave it to those of you that I see out here that are leaders in the community that are willing to step up. And I want you guys to have a better experience with the council could be fun and interesting, but not when it's not when it's being handled the way it is. We need a strong mayor when you have a powerful special interest group that's weakening in the city. And I am not against the golf course. And I think we all understand that if the golf course was run like a business, then it would be a lot better. It would lose a lot less money, and Kevin knows a lot about how that goes. But I've talked to our golf course manager and others, and there are many things we could do. The problem is, we have 80 members, and 5 of them are on the council, and they make the rules and they set the rates for the golf course, and they're okay with it losing $500,000 a year, and that's what they show us that it's losing. I've seen the books, and they add in the revenue from the restaurant. The restaurant's a city asset, not a golf course asset. So to include that, and in that note, during COVID right now, they've thrown out the restaurateur because they tried to buy him out in January, from what I heard. They tried to throw him out again in February, from what I saw. And now that neither of those worked. So now we sent them a letter of default because they weren't open enough days of the week to satisfy our members, basically. And so that guy left not too happy about it all, and he's got a really big story to tell about his interaction with the city and how the previous city manager's mother and father-in-law got the first bid at that brand new facility that had been remodeled. Kevin will remember, I don't know how much we spent, $1.something million remodeling that golf course clubhouse. And so his family didn't make it work there, and now we've got another restaurateur that is kind of making it work. He's robbing one business to keep that one alive, and that wasn't good enough for these guys. And from what I hear, they just want burgers and dogs and bags of chips, and they want a real simple clubhouse. I don't know why you wouldn't just bring that stuff for yourself and let someone run a business in the city facility. But it's important to us to keep an eye on. The RFQ is out right now to get bids, proposals for qualifications for restaurateurs that want to take over that space. The last lease was either $2,500 or $2,550, maybe $2,650. I've heard a few different numbers, but if the next bid comes in well below that, then we know something went wrong, and that it shouldn't be the case. We don't throw someone out that's paying more than $2,500 a month and bring someone in there that, I've heard rumors they think they're going to pay half of that when they bring in their own people. Now this is going to be recorded. What's that?
$2,850.
$2,850 is what they were. Oh yeah, you would know. So if the next person gets an easier contract than that, then there are questions, but there's so many questions. And I know we have a lot of disgruntled employees, and we've lost a lot of employees, and they all have a story to tell, and that story is going to come out. And I think it's imperative. I know they're going to slow play the recall, so I hope that another force comes to town and cleans our government out for us. If that doesn't happen in a timely manner, we're going to do it ourselves, and I'm going to get these signatures with all of your help, and we're going to start over. And you that are running for council, I would love to not see you have to sit up there in a minority and watch a democracy at action instead of a republic, right? If you don't have a strong mayor, then your city manager is way too powerful. I listened to Judge Durbin's interview today, and that was very interesting, and he had some critical things to say, which doesn't usually go over well with city management, but he knows the system, and he's been in it from every direction. So I liked what he had to say. I wish we could steal a couple of his talking points for that, but I have 47 days left, and I'm going to have my life back. But I love this city. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm going to participate. And I think we have a community that is going to stay involved, and I will stay involved. I'd like to head up the highlight reel and get a group together that puts together a highlight reel so the average citizen can watch a 2 to 3 minute version of a 3 or 4 hour council meeting that's horrible to watch. But once you understand the soap opera, you can pick it up in 2 or 3 minutes. And if you see something interesting, you can just link to the full recording and watch the section and make sure you can form your own opinion on that. What else?
Oh, Don,
They could be in there for 45 minutes, right? They love talking about me.
the refurbishment of the clubhouse was $242,000 in the 2017 bond package, and then they added about another 60 to 70,000 after the fact. So it was a total of about 310, I believe. Just FYI.
That's not just the restaurant space. I mean, the whole building had structural. We voted on it 3 or 4 times.
All of that work was done before you got to council, and I'm telling you, it was about 310,000. All the work. I
trust your ability to do that work, but I also believe myself when I do my own homework. So I'll look into that. That's a minor problem to focus on when everything is just, you know, we've got bigger fish to fry. That's water under the bridge. And if we let it keep going in this direction, we have a $40+ million of debt, and we make about $7 million a year. That's not the math I'd like to run my household on, right? So if we don't straighten that out, that is nowhere. And I think COVID or no COVID, we have to be more responsible with our spending.
And just like we were talking at the beginning of the meeting, where the lake levels are going down daily.
Right. Even when it's raining, we're still losing water. And there's a straw coming out of Cedar Park into Lake Travis that's big enough to drive a car through. So you think about that. And when guys like Arch Davila are trying to give us the ability to water all day, every day, if we want, that might bring us in some revenue for the water utility department, but it sure doesn't do the lake any good when we've run out of drinking water. And if every city around the lake did the same thing and was trying to make money selling water, then we would have a crater, not a lake. I live on rainwater, so I feel so fortunate to not have to do that.
Hey, Don.
Well,
Don.
and being on a lake, that's not economically sound, because when you run your lake down, when I bought here, my condo was half of what its value is now because the lake was at like 35%. And so I don't know if people don't realize it's not just golf that drags people out here. It's the lake and it's the trees and it's the small town feel of it. And it's like when you lose those things, you start losing your base that has been here for the right reasons. And you know, it's like, I want to retire here. This is where I wanted to retire. I came here for a reason. I have 5 years. I want to retire. I want to rent my place out for 5 years and go travel and then come back and live here until I die. That's my plan, you know, but it's like, you have to have water. You have to. And it's like, if we use it like willy-nilly, as I say, you're going to be in trouble. So, peace.
Oh, let's hear it.
I'm not sure where this conversation is going. I actually have a very specific question for you that has nothing to do with the last 20 minutes of conversation. On the airport T hangars, $650,000 investment, which supposedly will get some big grants to pay off some of that. Do you have a sense of, you know, what the airport advisor committee feels about this, and what's your opinion? I couldn't read. You were so breaking up in the meeting yesterday. I couldn't get your read on it, Don.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that project because it's like stepping over dollars to pick up dimes, right? We have bought land, and we bought 2 lots for, I think one was $250,000 at the entryway to the airport, and that cost us less than $50,000 to buy those 2 lots because it's 90-10 matching funds. They gave us 90% of the money back. And that's where the airport, it's a bit of a cash machine, but it's also protected because you have to spend that money back at the airport, right? You can't go spending it everywhere else. And my idea would be, what's long-term in our CIP would be a bigger, like a $2.5 million project. And I see little airports smaller and not anything near as promising as ours getting 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or $7 million grants to build great things and expand runways and ramps, and this stuff's all out there. You just have to ask for it. And in my history over the last 10 years,
excuse me, that's at a 90-10 level. People are getting these multi-million-dollar grants.
So 90-10 for purchasing land, and many times for building structures, it's either 75-25 or 90-10. I've never heard the 80-20 thing except in real estate. So I think most of the time they work with you, and if you build the project and you take their advice and you do what they say, then you end up with that 90-10 matching money. Even if it's 75-25, it's like I'm going to build a $3 million apartment building. I'm going to rent it all out, and it's only going to cost me 25% of that, right? So I'm going to make back my money really fast on that. But that's if you build the right thing. So price per square foot, airplane rental space is about the worst way you could do. We'd be better off building storage units up here that the city owned and ran, but I wouldn't recommend that either. What we talked about in the past when I was more part of the team was building a $2.5–3 million facility that's a 3-story building with views of the lake, and building out a restaurant space that is, basically built out ready for a restaurant. And then you lease it to someone like Black Walnut Cafe has one in Houston, and they've spent millions of dollars building that place out. But if we build that building and we're lucky enough to get 90-10 matching funds, then we're in a $3 million building for $300,000, and we're getting, possibly up to $20,000 a month in rent. It pays itself off super fast. And, it takes several years to build that structure, but we could lure Starflight up here. They have helicopters. My last knowledge was that they still have enough helicopters that a couple of them spend the night outside. So to be able to put those in out of a storm, if we had a hangar big enough, then Travis County would rent space from us, is my understanding. So we just need to build and design and think about that facility the right way, and they'll help you plan that. They know that it helps your airport survive when you build facilities that are in demand, and then rent them out. Then you collect a lot of that rent money. A couple of the little airports that I've been to that have actually contacted me because I'm trying to reproduce this airport in Salado, where you have private property ownership on a public airport, because it's so good for everyone involved. It gets pilots and property owners together with the city to work as a team to build projects. And that's the way it's always worked in the past. Unfortunately, this relationship got a little soured by a couple people, and we didn't move in a positive direction. We're fighting with the POA for a couple years, but you got to remember when you're dealing with airport issues, and I hate talking about the airport because I do it all day, but when you're dealing with airport issues, it's kind of handy to have a pilot or two in the discussion, right? Some people that know uses and regulations, and we don't have that currently in our city staff right now. So it's really good when they can have a voice from the Property Owners Association. AAB.
How many of the Airport Advisory Board members are members of the Airport POA?
It's supposed to be the majority, and we took 2 temporary members. I can't remember what they're calling them right now, but we made 2 part-time positions full-time because they were having trouble getting a quorum. And in that, we needed to adjust to make sure the Property Owners Association carried the majority, so you don't have a bunch of people that don't have a lot of aviation experience trying to make those decisions. And the property owners up here are shareholders, right? We had joined in a.
I'm sorry, I'm still looking for the answer. Is it like 5 out of 7 of the committee or airport POA members, or what?
I don't know right now, because that's been an open discussion this year, and they haven't had a meeting that I can remember. And I used to chair that board, and we had a meeting every other month. I think the COVID thing has made them stop doing meetings, and I think the chairman of that spends a lot of time just going to Josh on that. So those projects, the usefulness of your board is it's kind of up to the city's discretion to listen. I got a little despondent about that because I found that we'd make a recommendation and then they'd go their own way. And it's like, okay, well, what do you have an airport advisory board for every time you're going to do your own thing? But I believe they were trying to change it. I think James Peck was down there negotiating with city to make it 4 members and 4 POA members and 3 non-members. And Lori Dick would probably know more about that, but except they haven't met. So we'll see. I know a lot of these names that are on here are probably not watching this at all until 6:30. So, oh, it is 6:30. Look at that. Time flies. Guess they're still talking about me. How did I get the guy that has nothing to gain. I don't understand it. Diane, how's your campaigning going? You have to unmute. You just move the mouse, it'll give you a microphone at the bottom. You can, there you go.
I think I got it. Did I get it?
Yep.
It's going slow. I'm but making progress. I still need to finish my campaign Facebook presence. I don't think it's visible. It says I finished, but I haven't made an initial post, so I'm kind of stuck at that initial post. But as soon as I do that, I think it'll be active if it's not right now. So, and next week I should have my signs and things like that. But it's exciting, but it's kind of nerve-wracking too, since I'm more of an introvert, but I'm just incredibly interested in the whole process and uh, anxious to participate, and I hope to help. So, and I know,
Awesome.
I think people, when women get involved, we're so busy with our families and everything, and I've raised my family, and so I think that I feel kind of obligated, and so many women who are interested but don't have time is like, now if not me, who? I have that flexibility. So I hope my passion pulls me through. It overweighs my nervous anxiety.
We got a lot of people in this town that care about it. And my experience was, as long as you get your signs in the ground the last 30 days of the election are where everything happens. So, and if any of you guys,
I
while
read
I'm
someplace that they were prohibited.
What was that?
Sorry? You first.
I'm not hearing you.
I said you first, because I interrupted you. You weren't finished.
I was just going to say we can have multiple conversations about this stuff. I'm going to be sitting in a parking lot collecting signatures, and I'll be there every night next week and all day Sunday. So, or the afternoon Sunday. I don't want to waste my whole day there. It's not wasting it. I can't believe I said that, but it's the backup plan. So the backup plan has to be followed through on just as well. And I'd chat with you guys about my experience in running for council and what could have been done better and worse. And anytime you want to pop down there, I expect to have 2 or 3 friends around coming and going most of the day. So
I appreciate that. I know there's been several other people that have been really helpful in support and advice and wisdom, and so I appreciate any and all wisdom, particularly with experience under the belt.
You're going to bring
always
that
beneficial. So
you're going to bring that giant tank or whatever it was to election day again this year, Don?
I wouldn't get enough use out of that. I sold it.
Oh,
I wish I still had it. That's what I need.
That had
I
to
might
get you
bring my blue Corvette. Yeah, I've got a blue Corvette. I'll put a for sale sign on and sit down there with it. Anyone wants a Hot Rod Corvette? It draws attention and it's noisy, but I'll have my windsock down there, which is the thing to spot. I just got 200 flyers printed today. I'm gonna grab one.
Hey, while you're out there, can someone look up, I had saw last year actually how many voters showed up for the election before. And I'm wondering if someone can't post that somehow. I don't remember where I saw it, but it was 2 different numbers. It was like what actually happened and what the Lago Vista numbers were. They were 2 different numbers. So I want to make sure that everybody comes out this year to vote.
absolutely.
Yeah, I saw that.
I mean, that's kind of the buzzword of this year. Get out and vote.
My
think we'll have
memory,
good numbers.
Darcy, is for quite a few years running, the city council people were elected by 1,500 votes, basically, right? If you got over 750, you won. If you got below that, you lost. But I
Wow.
have to assume that this year there will be a much higher turnout and that number goes up probably.
I agree
I hope
100%
so.
with that.
Yeah, so this year may not be 750 to win. It may be more like 1,000 or even 1,100, but we'll see.
Oh, come on, Paul, more optimistic than that.
Yeah. I would also caution you to not be too politically cautious and not be afraid to say what you mean, short of telling everyone that you want to close the golf course. I wouldn't do that. And I do, I'm sorry, but I do think we can do that golf course thing a way better. But that's what I present to those people. And that golf block has typically been about 80 members, and you count a spouse and maybe a kid still living at home in the basement. And, you know, that's what's 8 times 3, 240 votes. So I think that your numbers and the diminishing group of golfers is this is our moment in time to take back the control of the city from a special interest group, basically. And I think as this recall gets noisier and we start creating a buzz and passing out these flyers that I will give to anyone that wants some to pass out, but I think that I wouldn't be afraid to speak my mind about what you really believe about the city. So then you don't have to get in there and think you got to play along or play games or go along to get along. It's not what this is supposed to be. And the people that want to stick around up there for years and years, I mean, I think 2 or 3 terms is probably great. 1 was enough for me when you're not part of baking the actual cake. It seems to show up baked every time you come up to a meeting. It's not the way it's supposed to work. And I love the fact that that we have more people paying attention now. And the fact that those meetings are on YouTube is huge. And if they ever decide to not do that, then I think our citizens group will have to set up a camera in all those meetings and be able to make the highlight reel with or without the YouTube people or the city's camera, because the city's camera and mic is pretty bad anyway. So I think we'll have people. I think we'll have people sitting in a group situation, watching the meeting and taking notes and cutting video and have someone else that's sitting down there and doing it. We'll make it fun. And if we make it work here, then I think it can work at a lot of little other towns where they're out of control. If you read the minutes of one of the meetings before I got elected, and you see what the minutes are written by the city secretary, approved by the city manager, and then rubber stamped by the council for the most part. Paul Roberts has tried to make a very valid change to our minutes once, and they just wouldn't do it. And I couldn't understand that. I'm starting to get it a little more. I'm not a politician and I don't want to be, but I don't think you have to be. You're a public servant and you're getting into this to just do the right thing. And most of us know what the right thing is. And if you're not conflicted over some obvious special interest, then it should be a clear path and should be an easy job. City manager can't have as much power as our city manager has. And that was a mistake that Ed has told me he allowed to happen. I don't know how that plays out, but or how that happened, but we need a strong executive that can veto any dumb ideas that come down the pipe. But we also need someone that has the time to devote to paying close attention to what's going on. And we've had, I mean, I remember 6 different city managers since I've lived here. And whether they're good or bad, you can't grow too dependent on them. And that means you have to have strong people on your advisory boards and your committees, and you need to have strong people on the council that are working together, but independently, right? You will spend time together, I think. I don't know about that. I know these guys play golf every day, but I've not been privy to that. Shalane, good to see you. I can't believe they're still talking about me. I must be interesting.
How's it going, Don?
I'm so annoyed by the whole thing, that this executive session, but I think it's an attempted intimidation to get me to stop doing what I'm doing. But I come from a military unit, and our slogan is Night Stalkers Don't Quit. And I probably should have told them that up front. Shalane, tell me something.
Sorry, I'm not as quick to find the unmute button as I should be probably, as often as I use it with all of my work meetings. Oh my gosh. I don't have too much to say. I'm kind of like Diane. I've been trying to slowly but surely get things off the ground for my campaign. I've got my signs. I'm ready to go. They're all sitting in my garage. I've got one in my yard and one in my window right in front of me here. And I've got my flyer ready. I've passed some of those out already. And I've got my Facebook page, candidate Facebook page up and going. I haven't had too much of a chance to post to it yet, but I'm waiting until it gets a little bit closer to the election to start posting some more stuff. Our candidate interviews came out, so those are all on the North Shore Beacon. For anyone that's on here that hasn't had a chance to go check those out, I encourage you to go take a look and look at all of our bios and listen to everybody's interviews and make the best decision that the decision that speaks to you, I suppose, when it's time to go to the polls. So I'm running for place 4 and I'm just, this is kind of like Diane, this is all new for me. I'm also somewhat of an introvert, so I'm certainly stepping out of my comfort zone here, but want to, try to represent our changing demographics. This isn't the same Lago of yesteryear, so I'd love to see some additional diversity up there on the council. But slowly but surely, I'm getting there. I got to go out and start, knocking on doors, I suppose, at some point.
I have a lot of sign placement locations for people that I believe in. So when you're ready to start sticking signs in the ground, I live at the end of a dead end road, but we get a lot of turnaround traffic, and but usually they're not from here. But it doesn't hurt.
Probably folks either that are lost or that are looking to buy property. Is that what it is mostly?
That's what I think. A lot of speculation. A lot of builders looking to find cheap lots to build houses on.
Oh, not potential homeowners, not potential community.
Oh, I get people looking, anyone that flies an airplane kind of wants to live in an airplane hangar, and I love living on the airports. It's the greatest walk with my dog in the morning and see a couple airplanes go by and go up and down the taxiways and just wide open spaces and not a lot of people. So it's pretty good. So I think a lot of pilots are looking for that kind of thing. And then pilots tend to be a type A group. So we're all a little bit type A, but what bands us together is that while we see city managers and city officials come and go, the Property Owners Association is what keeps the airport running consistently and effectively. And I think LVPOA does a great job of doing that for a large portion of our city. And I heard someone else talking about the fact that we have a lot of parks, but we've got Boondoggle Park down here going in, and we don't know when it's going to be even safe to pull in there or have anything functional or a bathroom, or we still don't know yet. We've paid for phase 2 engineering and design already, but I don't understand how that went down in a regional blackout. They voted on that against my wishes, but that park is not very accessible by the rest of the city, and it could be a good thing in the future. It's good that we've got a basic layout, but I believe that it's been managed so poorly, we need to stop it in its tracks. So if a couple of you get on the council, they're looking to spend another $2 million on that. That's not the way this thing started off, and it should go back. I feel like it was a bait and switch, and which is a deceptive trade practice. It's especially heinous. And they, we were looking at spending $1 million and getting $1 million Texas Parks and Wildlife grant, and we never envisioned a $14 million park. But you'll see, I think they might have already done it there, where they've moved golf underneath the heading of Parks and Recs. So that's a little mysterious, and it's just going to take oversight, and that's what the city council is supposed to do. And we're getting none of that, and I do not want to have a recall. I don't want this to be news or anything, but whatever it takes to change our course is important to me, because it's not really hard to get bankrupt with the numbers we're dealing with. $40 million of debt and $7 million of income. That's really, really simple to crash that ship. So if we're not being super cautious and spending carefully, we'll end up there. And that's a worse headline than a recall. We're recalling volunteers. I mean, if you have a volunteer that's not doing your job, you just say, hey, look, this is probably not what you're cut out for. Maybe you need to go do something else, and we're going to replace you with someone that can stay awake for the whole meeting and pay attention and care about things that aren't that interesting to you. That's the trickiest part, right? It's to be able to, I mean, Ron Smith has so much information about water. We're lucky to have him, but he's worn out on the council. There's no way he was ever going to run again, but he'll be a great resource for anyone that gets on the council. And I mean, I can't imagine how many millions of dollars he saved us for the projects he stopped. And that's kind of the thing I'm most proud of that I've done in these 2 years, is just stop some nonsense. It's very rewarding, but I'm trying to think of a positive contribution that we've made, or I've made. It's a tricky world right now, but not that tricky, and you'll have fun with it. And hopefully we'll get back to meetings so you can go to some. I found it very valuable when they sent us to the Texas Municipal League annual conference, and you get to meet all these different officials from all these different small towns and compare notes. And I've got a stack of contact names and, you know, people with a similar sized town. You just go visit their town and compare notes, and it could be a wonderful thing to be doing it. You have to be doing it the right way, and that I feel very strongly about that. That's not what's happening here in Lago Vista, Texas. 46 minutes, are you kidding me? Maybe this time they're going to take action against me. There will be a lawsuit coming this time. Can't imagine. But don't let that dissuade you from participating. These guys will be gone. They will not stick around, and I feel certain about the outcome. Can't believe they're still there. I think I'm going to get a glass of water.
Great
Anybody
candidate
else?
videos. Great candidate videos, you guys, so far. All your YouTube videos and bios, looking good.
I agree.
Thank you.
I agree. Terrible backdrop, but good videos. That white painted wall with the tape line in the middle of it. Come on, man.
You know, I have to give it up for Dave and Chuck and Bert. They really did, I think, a really good job of accommodating us in this current setting with COVID-19, and everything was, you know, nicely spaced out. So we all had, you know, the social distancing going on in there, and I'm sure it was challenging for them trying to come up with an alternate setting. So I appreciate the extra effort.
Plus they had for us, they had a missing camera person. Oh no, I guess that was only for me. Mine was just kind of discombobulated. I didn't even realize they were filming when they were filming. So I was paying attention to Dave. And so when I looked at it, all I can see is everything that was wrong. So I'm not a good judge. I guess we're all our own worst critics. So
Absolutely are.
and that's when everybody got pushed to the Saturday with you. So I think it was one of the guys that was, you know, they spent an incredible amount of time trying to do this. You know, I'm second you, Shalane. It's an amazing contribution out of their own day. So, but they were missing
and they
the
did it for
nephew
several
or the
days.
son. Huh?
And they did it for several days. I mean, they were really accommodating.
Oh yeah.
They gave up a lot of time.
It was a good experience. Stage one.
I enjoyed that we got to do that live. Christina, you remember that? It was there's something about that, getting in front of a bunch of your citizens and having to speak for the first time before you've been elected, and you totally get used to it when you're sitting on the dais and you start knowing all the people and the common faces, and you know, when you see a stranger, you know it. And I really look forward to going back to live meetings. And I'm sorry you guys didn't get to do that live crowd thing. Do you remember how many people were there, Christina? I think there were about 300, 250, 300.
Not as many as you would think, but it was great. It was a great experience.
Yeah.
I mean, it was really just me and Ed well, I guess Dick and Jim Peck, and we were the only two up for, having opposed people. So
Oh,
the others,
I forgot. Yeah, I forgot that you weren't on the same ballot that I was, because ours was a little bigger crowd than that, and all the seats were contested. So
Yeah.
it was
that
an
was,
interesting evening.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go get some coffee, guys, and I'll be back.
I got a text from Josh Ray, said, Mayor asked me to inform you that council will not discuss this item in open session and that it will not be recorded. So secrecy is our mantra. Lovely.
I guess it's time for a quick break, right? It doesn't seem like they're coming back yet.
Yeah, I'll be sitting here. So great to see you all. We're going to take our city back. I'm certain of it. I can't believe it. 51 minutes. Okay, I'm going in. It was nice talking to you all. They've invited me into executive session 52 minutes later. Here I am. In the right meeting? Dave Street, nope, wrong meeting, wrong link.
1, 2. 3, 4, 5. Got everybody? All right. Time is it? 6:59. We'll go with 7. Okay, action items. Yeah, we're recording. Okay. Action items. Action and or vote may be taken on the following agenda items. 2, we reconvene from executive session into open session to act as deemed appropriate in city council's discretion regarding A, we reconvene at 6:59 p.m. Regarding A, to take any necessary action regarding any regular meeting agenda item requiring confidential attorney-client advice necessitated by the deliberation of discussion of said items as needed. B, take any necessary action regarding pending or contemplated litigation. I'm going to address 2B now at this time. So back in August 7th, as y'all know, Councilor Bartholow and I and Frank Robbins and a citizen all met with Don here at City Hall, and he presented us with some allegations, and it's been recorded. Y'all have all heard the recording. Coming out of that, you know, well, not everybody has heard it, but it's out there. Coming out of that meeting, we set up the executive session for that Monday, August 10th. That was set up so that Don could present his complaint to City Council and provide his evidence. During that executive session, that did not happen. Don did not present a sworn statement, nor did he provide any evidence. He pretty much left it up to myself and Frank to bring any evidence that would warrant an investigation. At that time, I did not have any kind of evidence. I did not have any complaints against anybody. So there was nothing really for me to bring forth to council to launch an investigation. However, during the discussion of the executive session, we came up with direction to ask the city manager to look into our personnel policies to see if there had been any violations, or if he could find any violations of the state procurement laws and ethics violations regarding any employees within the city of Lago Vista employment. That investigation was not directed at anybody specifically. It was a investigation into personnel policies. It was conducted by staff. So Josh, Aaron, Star, HR, and other staff members were involved in doing the investigation into our personnel policies. Our city manager was not investigating our city engineer specifically, nor was our city manager investigating himself. It was strictly into our policies. That was the direction that we gave coming out of the executive session that Monday. Following that, on Friday, the August 14th, Councilor Bartholow did go to the police station, filed a sworn statement with the Lago Vista Police Department, and asked that they forward that to the Travis County District Attorney, the Travis County Attorney, and the State Attorney General's Office for referral and for possible investigation. That was on the 14th. On Thursday, August 20th, I believe it was. Yeah, August 20th. We had our next executive session and we had our council meeting. The findings from the investigation that was conducted by staff were presented to council at the executive session, and then those memos were released to the public. Those are the two memos that have been posted stating that no evidence of ethics violation or state procurement laws were found at the personnel level. And that pretty much ended that investigation at that point. We had nothing else to go off of since then. We have been provided with no other statements, no other evidence. We've had no reason to take any kind of further action as far as any kind of investigation. So we were basically in a pattern of holding until we heard back from the district attorney's office, the county attorney's office, and the attorney general's office. We have now heard from all three of those offices. We heard from the district attorney's office via communication through our police department. They had stated that Councilor Bartholow had brought this to them at one time previously, and they had refused to take action on it or declined to take action. And they were not going to take action on it at this time either. Second was the Attorney General's office. They actually sent a letter, and I have that letter here. Where is that one? Attorney General's response letter. Okay, dated September 2nd, 2020. To R.D. Smith, Chief of Police, Lago Vista Police Department, 5901 Municipal Complex Way, Lago Vista, Texas, 78645. This is from Ken Paxton's office, the Office of Attorney General, RE, request for investigative assistance. Dear sir, the Criminal Investigations Division received your letter requesting investigative assistance regarding allegations of elected officials violating Texas Government Code 252.022, competitive requirements for purchase. Upon review of the allegations and information provided, the Criminal Investigations Division determined that the criminal violations alleged do not rise to the level required for this office to open an investigation. Unfortunately, due to the volume of requests received by this office, we are unable to accept every case. Consequently, this office will not initiate a criminal investigation and will take no further action in this matter. Respectfully, David Maxwell, Director of Law Enforcement, Office of the Attorney General. All right, that was their letter. We have this just this week, yesterday, I believe it was, got the response via our police department from the Travis County Attorney's Office. They also have declined to investigate. So all three offices have now come back and have declined to assist with any kind of investigation. So based on what information we have been provided with, so based on caller 3, please.
It's not kind of an asshole. He is an asshole. But so is Damon. I mean, to be
Dave,
fair, Damon.
Everybody, please.
And Christy really was not an asshole.
No, Christy.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right. So based on the information that we have been given over the last, since August 7th, and the stuff we have looked into internally through our personnel policies, the district attorney, the county attorney, the state attorney general's office. At this point, I make the motion that we conclude all investigations into the allegations that were brought forth by Councilor Bartholow on August 7th.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I don't have anything to say. You're exactly what we expected. I mean, you're canceling and you're making a motion and not to cancel any ongoing investigations, but there are no ongoing investigations as far as you know.
Point of
So
order.
what's the reason
Point
for
of
the
order.
motion? Oh, what's the reason for the motion? It's a point of order, Arch.
You're out of order. You've
We are-
not been recognized.
I am taking action and my motion is to close this matter. That is my motion. And it has been seconded. So any further action, discussion? All right. all those-
Councilmember Bartholow, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, I want to take a moment. We've seen twice on the screen, Councilmember Bartholow's flyer regarding the recall. I want to make sure that you have read and are fully aware of the ethics policy and what that prohibits with regard to your political activity, sir. Just making you aware of your obligations under the ethics policy as a council member.
Roger.
All right, so I have my second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay.
Nay, I guess.
All right, motion carries 6-1. We will not look into this anymore at this time. We move to 2C. Take any necessary action regarding purchase of real property from Preston Jackman for property located at 20605 Dawn Drive. All right. We will now go into citizen comments. In accordance with the Open Meetings Act, council is prohibited from acting or discussing other than factual responses to specific questions, any items not on the agenda. Is there anyone in the audience who has any comments on anything not on the agenda? All right. I'm not seeing anything, so we're going to go to items of community interest. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0415, the city council may report on any of the following items: expressions of thanks, gratitude, and condolences, information regarding holiday schedules, recognition of individuals, reminders regarding city council events, reminders regarding community events, and health and safety announcements. I really don't have anything other than Governor Abbott has come out and opened up more of the state. If you are not aware of that, your restaurants, other than 3 areas of the state, are now permitted to go to 75% capacity. Still can't go to a bar. Has to be someplace that's serving food, but he has lessened the restrictions. And that's really the only key point that I have heard so far. There may be more to it, but that's all I know. Along with health and safety standards, though, we all know it's still out there. You know, we're slowly trying to get back into life as it was prior to this. Obviously, it'll never be quite that level. So do what you can to, you know, to have a wonderful lifestyle, but be cautious, be aware that it's still out there. Wear your mask whenever you're going to be around people in the public, and you know, practice good hygiene and stay away from large crowds. Just you know, everybody's heard it all now for several months. Just stay cautious. I'm very proud of what Lago Vista has done. All I know is our zip code, but our numbers have been fairly low for a 78645 zip code in relation to being this close to the city of Austin. But I have not heard of anything other than some mild cases out here. So Augu is doing very well. Just keep it up. Yes, Don.
I have a public event I'd like to announce, let everyone know that I'm going to be attending an event on Sunday, 12 to 7, and then Monday through Friday this week, 5 to 7. It'll be in the parking lot of the Lago Vista Village, the big vacant shopping center. Thank God we didn't lease out. And it will be a recall petition signing, and I'll have clean pens and lots of paper and be ready to tell the story to all the citizens that want to hear it that haven't seen it. So it's a public event.
It's another violation.
All right. Anybody else have any announcements?
Mr. Mayor, this is Dave. Any update on the credit cards through the CARES Act that we're trying to do?
That's on the agenda.
Okay.
It's called LERP.
LERP.
And it just got, I just added it Monday. It's in your amended packet. I was the only one that added some stuff Monday. So my two stuff is at the very end. That's why we have like 19 items this meeting, because I added a couple.
Thank you.
But yeah, it's on the agenda. Anybody else? Yeah, football's back. Yes, Dick.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to be out of order, but I'm going to tell all of our citizens, before you sign anything, make sure you have the right facts, the true facts, not some fabrication or hearsay from somebody who won't even present his evidence to try to get something done.
All right, well, thank you. We've heard from everybody that we are not going to turn that into a discussion. That's going to be it. We've heard from both sides now. All right, we are going to move into our public hearings and actually back up. Zeno, are you on here, Zeno? I see your name. Let me go to agenda item number.
There he is.
Yeah, number 15. We're going to skip ahead to number 15. I am so sorry. I don't know where I've got my notes on this. The gentleman with Retail Strategies that's here tonight.
Mayor, that's Chris, and he is here with us. He just came
there he
on
is.
board.
Sorry,
Mayor,
Chris. I so apologize for blanking out on your name. So bear with me, Chris. We're going to agenda item number 15 here, council. This is an action item. This is number 15, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding approval of Retail Strategies professional services agreement to provide consulting services year 2. All right. So Retail Strategies professional services agreement contract year 1 will end on October 16th, 2020. Year 2 is scheduled to begin on October 17th, 2020. Contract was extended after request from city staff. I believe it was a 2-month extension, and this was because of some of the COVID related stuff. So year 2 is starting a little bit later than normal. This is a budgeted item in the Economic Development Department's 2020 budget. And this is not new. We've had them for a year now. Staff is not requesting any additional funding for this item. When initially approved, staff stated that we would bring this item back annually to council for approvers for years 2 and 3. The original plan structure of the agreement was to do 3 years. Staff is recommending approval of year 2 of our agreement with Retail Strategies based on positive communications that we have received during this first year. And at this point, I am going to turn it over to Chris, and he is going to provide everybody with the positive communications that we have received. Chris, you're up.
All right, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Let me see if I could get my screen switched over here so you don't have to look at me anymore. Let's see. I think, you guys see my presentation now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Let's get this thing up here. Okay, there we go. Yes, thank you for the nice, long, kind introduction. As the mayor said, that we are at the end of the first year of our engagement. It is a 3-year. It's planned out over 3 years, but it is broken up into 1-year segments. And with that being said, I'll go ahead and get started. And if there are any questions, I guess just holler at me, because I can only see my slides. So holler at me and I can answer anything that you have. Or if you guys want to answer questions at the end, that would be perfectly fine as well. So to get started, I've gotten this broken down so you guys can see a structure of the past year and how it works. And then at the end of this, I'll get into some of the marketing materials. And then, of course, some of the feedback that we have currently. So let me preface all this with saying, of course, because this is a open public meeting and everything is public, we don't disclose any kind of specific retailers or any specific prospects, anything that needs to be confidential. We won't disclose that during this meeting. All of that information is, of course, shared with the EDC. And but we can't do that through a public session. And that also includes specific names and specific addresses of any real estate that or any particular sites that we may be targeting. So we have to stay away from that due to the public session. But with that being said, the way that we get kicked off, we start every engagement with a kind of discovery phase is what we call it, and it consists of roughly the first 90 days of our engagement. So we started this back in mid-August of last year, and then for the next 90 days, it's really getting to know the community. And as you can see on your screen, the first month or so is really doing a lot of the research, a lot of the data, pulling the analytics on the community, who's shopping in the community, who is commuting in, who's commuting out, and then also identifying those retail prospects that should be there in the community. The next 30 to 60 days, so that second month, is really getting into the weeds on the actual real estate, and that starts with a site visit. And we actually made multiple site visits during that first 90-day mark. We had multiple site visits with and then touring the community with staff, and then also reviewing the findings that we had with staff. So imagine all of this is very hand-in-hand approach. Throughout this whole time, we're talking with your staff, your local leadership about where they envision the community going, and what's special about Lago Vista. And so all of this information is compiled, and around that 90-day mark of the discovery phase, all of the information that's been pulled previously to that is compiled, and that's delivered in a kind of a strategic recruitment plan. So in the case of Lago Vista, on our third visit back to the market, we came back and we actually did a day-long workshop with community leadership presenting this recruitment plan. And then also on top of presenting the plan is how to actually implement that plan, and going through everything from how to reach out to those prospective retailers, how to identify the real estate, and then making those connections. So it was a 6-7 hour event, started early in the morning, and went through really everything that goes into the process of retail recruitment. And I think we had, it's been a minute now, but I think we had about 15 participants that were involved in that presentation. So as you can see, there's some specific dates and when this began, and then I won't bore you through all of that. But then once that discovery phase is over, then that's where the recruitment phase really begins. And the recruitment phase it consists of connecting all of those prospects that were identified, connecting those to the local real estate, to the community, getting active outreach and understanding who wants to be there. And then if they don't want to be there, if they don't at this time, they don't want to locate in Lago Vista, why is it that they don't want to? And drawing all that feedback in order to approach them again at a later date. As communities fluctuate, as they grow and they shrink, the needs for these retailers also change. So just because a prospect may say, no, it's not a good fit for us now, doesn't mean that it's not going to be a good fit for them a year from now or 2 years from now. So that's forever changing. And so that initial target list, and I'll talk about it here more in a minute, but that initial target list fluctuates quite a bit. And this digs a little bit more into the details of that initial target list. Initially, there were 54 total prospects identified as good fits for the community as it is now. Throughout the past year, we've received positive and negative feedback from 31 of those initial 54 prospects. And you can see the breakdown there. With 18 of that 31 are continued conversations, continued folks that said either they like to be in the community, they want to look harder at identifying some real estate or identifying some space to potentially enter the market. Or they say, or some of the feedback you receive is, we really like Lago Vista, we want to be there, but it's just not the time for us now. It may be a year from now. Let's see how the momentum that they have now, how that continues to move forward, and how the community continues to grow. So you get a little bit of a mix there. But like I said, any kind of negative feedback is not a no forever. It's just a no for now, because as the community grows, of course, all of those specifications that created that rejection, those will change, and so that it forever remains a fluid target. So real quickly, of course, everyone is tired of talking about COVID-19, and it's crazy what it's done to our lives. But one of the biggest industries affected by the COVID-19 pandemic is of course your local businesses, franchise businesses, restaurants, retailers. Everything's just been up in the air because of that. And so there has been quite a bit of shift in the industry. Some negative shift, but then there's been a lot of positives that have come out of that. Due to the COVID situation, during the heart of the lockdown, and really when everyone was really quarantined and staying at home and having to really mind not going out in public, a lot of our shift went towards providing client communities with resources to support their local businesses, providing CARES Act information as it came out, trying to be a step ahead of all of the information that comes out in order to give our clients the step up that they need in order to get through the quarantine. Thankfully, it's starting to look like we're towards the tail end of this, and things are starting to return back to normal. And due to that, what you're seeing are a lot of retailers, they've shifted their focus. Don't get me wrong, there has been a big shift, but you start to see a big shift in even in positive directions. You see a lot of the businesses that did well during the quarantine, they're of course in the driver's seat to continue to expand and continue to grow post-pandemic. And a lot of those retailers are a lot of the folks that you really saw that you guys had, you had to frequent during these times as well. So you think grocery stores. Grocery stores are one of the biggest. They're one of the biggest recipients of this time, of course, because we all had to go. We all had to get those necessities. Where the restaurants were hurting because we weren't going out and spending our money on the weekends going to restaurants. We were spending all that money at grocery stores. So they were a huge recipient of a lot of the funds that were still being spent. Any kind of general merchandising stores, your Walmart, Dollar General, Dollar Tree, and any of those stores that really sell a lot of necessities, and the majority of their goods are necessities that you need in your everyday life. Huge benefit to those guys. And all of them are continuing to expand. And then of course restaurants, it's your traditional sit-down restaurants, of course, have had quite a hard time. Some of that was eased later on in the quarantine due to the lifting of let me retract, taking it back during the heart of the quarantine, allowing restaurants to go and have takeout only. That was of course a help to continue to keep the lights on. But then once you started to see the lift, that of course helped those guys out. But one of the big recipients in the restaurant field are a lot of fast food restaurants and quick service restaurants, as folks in the industry call, or they refer to these fast food restaurants. You see a lot of those guys that are doing pretty well, and a lot of that is of course due to having drive-through infrastructure. And so due to that, a lot of these restaurants are actually having to shift towards actually installing drive-through infrastructure, or any of their new locations, they're putting that drive-through infrastructure in. So, and an example of that is, I'm sure a couple of you have seen, is the prime example of this is Chipotle, the Southwest restaurant. Traditionally, they've never had drive-throughs in any of their locations. But coming out of the pandemic, their directive now is we're not going to open any locations without these drive-through style lanes. And what they're actually calling, they're calling them Chipotle lanes. And they're not a traditional drive-through where you order at the screen and you go pick up your food. It is simply a pickup window. It looks like a drive-through, just like any other fast food restaurant would be, but you actually have to order it through your phone, through their app, and then when you come back around, or when you come around the Chipotle lane, as they call it, you will then pick your food up. So it's just an example of how everyone is having to adapt during this time. With that being said, like I said, a majority of the feedback is actually pretty positive, and as of right now, for specifically looking, I wish I could give you guys the names, and if you have specific questions, of course, talk to Eric, and he can provide that information. But I just can't in a public meeting. But we have multiple folks looking at the community right now, and just generically, you have some of those fast food restaurants that have expressed interest in either trying to enter now, trying to find locations as potential fits, or later. And then we have multiple fast food restaurants, and then we have multiple hotels that are actually looking at the community right now, which is a very positive thing, because as you know, with travel restrictions, the hotel industry and hospitality as a whole has been another style or another type of business that has really been hit hard. So having hotels looking at the community right now during this time is a very very positive note. And I say as those deals progress, you guys of course will hear more as that goes. So I talked about the COVID in depth. A big effort of ours was to provide those resources, and we're continuing to provide those resources as they come out, just so we make sure that our clients are ahead of the game as far as the resources that are coming out from the federal government, and specifically with the CARES Act, as I mentioned previously. So I know you guys have a long meeting, so I will try to wrap up pretty quickly. Going into the second year of the service, you imagine the year one, a good chunk of year one is really just kind of picking up speed and picking up momentum. And then you get into the year two of the services, and year two consists of, if there are those opportunities that were identified during year one, those conversations that were started then, making sure that they get across the finish line, and then of course continuing through the rest of the initial prospect list that was procured during the first year. As I mentioned earlier, it's a fluid target, so that original prospect list will shift. You'll see some changes in the second year, because as you guys saw during the pandemic, you see every other day you wake up, there is another business closing down, there's another business going up, filing for bankruptcy. So you've seen a lot of shift. So because of that, you will see some drop off, but then you'll see some added because of the changing of their market and site requirements. So that it's a very fluid process. The next couple of slides, and that's just this very brief summary of the second year. And the next couple of slides are some of the marketing materials that we actually created for the community, and we actively use to represent the community. So real quickly, I know most of you guys have seen this. This is your primary marketing guide for your community. And imagine looking at this and being armed with this. This prints as a 11 by 17 flyer. And imagine it folds in the middle to create a standard front and back 8.5 by 11 flyer. And what this has, and it may be tough to see here on the screen, but what this shows, these are all the critical data points that someone would need to look at to initially say, you know what, Lago Vista it's a place we want to be. It's got look at it as initial information to get the hooks in, where then they follow up and they need more information. So that's all of the information you see on the front. This is the front and the back, and then you open it up, and so what you see, and then you have your commercial footprint that represents the community. So when a retailer or a potential developer or business is looking at this, they can open this up and see, this is your commercial footprint. And this has all of the critical elements that they could potentially need. You see your main thoroughfare with your current traffic counts, and then of course your business corridor. As businesses are added, this is adjusted in real time. So as businesses are added, this is adjusted, and God forbid if businesses are go away, of course that is added at that point too. But from our side of it, in our business, if a business goes away, it is, of course, it's unfortunate, but it happens. But the good thing that comes out of it is if a business goes away, then that means you have a space there in order to market to bring another business in. So anytime a business goes away, it is a loss, but then there's the opportunity to go and backfill that space. And ideally, of course, we backfill that space with a much better and much more attractive tenant. And so, and then this is an example of your retail city site. This is a retail focused webpage that we host. we host as a company for each one of our clients. And what you can do is you go to this link, it's lagovista.retailstrategies.com, and you can go through and find any information that you could potentially need to locate in the community. You can access it at your fingertips, and if you need to go beyond the information that's on here, there are multiple submission forms where you can go and you submit. You want to see a specific site, or you have specific questions about the community. You can go and fill those forms out, and then that information will be sent to myself, and then we'll be able to follow up on those leads. But feel free to go and check this out. And I think this, if I'm not mistaken, this link has been shared before. If not, I can follow up with the link. But this is fully hosted by our server. And with that being said, I believe that is all I have for the presentation. So I want to give you guys some time for questions. So at this time, I'll switch it over to questions.
So, Chris, right off the bat, in our chat, JB asked, did you spend any time talking to local small businesses?
So when we, hold on a second, I'm trying to take myself off of this. Let's see. I'm trying to take myself off of this. So when we came into the community, we spent time with local businesses that came to our the initial meeting, and then we spent time with local real estate folks, but not local small businesses per se. No.
You did speak to some local like restaurant chains, did you not?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Council, questions? No. All right. Anybody from the audience has any questions for Chris? Start. Yes, Christina.
What companies have you brought to Lago for us?
So as I mentioned, we have multiple businesses that are looking at the community right now, but there are no businesses as of right now that have signed any kind of leases or purchased any property as of right now, but there are multiple in the pipeline.
And I remember I went to the meeting that you held, and you said O'Reilly's Auto Parts, Subway, and a cell phone provider. Are those still kind of the three that you were thinking for Lago?
No, well, during the meeting, so those guys were included, but there are multiple other prospects during the meeting.
Yes, Diane. You're muted. Still muted. There you are.
Apologies. Okay. I think I saw on one of the pages that were posted that there was a minimum of 30 retailers as part of the second year prognostications, contacting a minimum of 30. Was that true?
Yes, ma'am.
That seems like very few in the course of a year. Is minimum what you usually stick to?
No, ma'am. So it's the 30 are not contacted, but the 30 are so 30 feedback. So imagine if we reach out to 100 or we reach out to 90 retailers and 30% provide feedback on the market, then that's where that 30 baseline is based off of feedback rather than actual outreach.
Okay, so it's not actually who you contact, it's who you have some sort of ongoing contact with.
Yes, ma'am.
Kinda.
Yes, ma'am. So the actual, that consists of the actual feedback. Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else? Paul, Prince.
Can't hear you.
I don't know, your microphone's green, but we can't hear you. If you want to type real fast.
Paul, why don't you type it in the comments and someone will read it for you?
Yeah.
Mr.
And
Mayor, I could buy him a couple minutes and throw
while
something
you're
out.
doing that, we'll go to Paul Roberts.
I'm really just trying to fill some time here for Paul Prince, I think. But excuse me, Christopher, one of the concerns I have long-term with any type of new business is, and I'm going to coin this phrase, I think, COVID-proof or future-proof against another pandemic. We've seen what can happen. And since June, the numbers have come out, and in leisure and hospitality has experienced the highest unemployment rates of in fact, 27% unemployment rates in leisure and hospitality. Since then, saw some data that came out earlier this week, and 50% of restaurants are expected to close, 50%. And the data that I'm citing is coming out of the Wall Street Journal. Are you focusing, what is the percentage makeup of the type of businesses you're focusing on so that we can have businesses out here that are self-sustaining and have the type of capital reserves to sustain themselves while they ramp up over a 6 to 12 month period?
Well, right, and that's a good question. So I'll try to answer this in a couple different ways. But so as far as COVID-proof businesses, I think the one of the interesting things we've learned from COVID is that no one is immune to a crazy wild situation like this has created. But specifically as far as hospitality and tourism are concerned, the cool thing about that industry is the ones that are, and this is a perfect example of, I mentioned the groups that are looking at the community now. The ones that are strong now are because a lot of the, I won't cast a broad judgment, but the ones that are strong now are very strong businesses. They're very strong financially. And so if they're looking to expand now, then that means that the COVID hasn't necessarily affected them as much as some of these others. So just by elimination, if you have someone locate right now, then more than likely you can assume that they are going to be stronger than, say, some of the folks that are having to retract their expansion plans because of the pandemic situation. And I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I lost track. What was the second half?
I was interested in what, if you're looking at a pie chart, what percentage of your prospects are outside of leisure and hospitality?
So yes, probably 99% of them. So leisure and hospitality isn't normally one that we will target specifically, but that was a priority created by the city, was to target some of these folks. So the majority of our prospects are not in the hospitality and leisure sector.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry if I didn't answer the whole question. If you could come back and if you think of if I missed something.
Thank you.
Well, and so Chris, Paul Prince has put his questions in the chat, and it says here, wonder if there are any targets for results for actual businesses signing up to come in this year. Said another way, it would be better to have targets for results versus targets for activity. And if I'm not mistaken, we do have some result benchmarks, do we not? Other than just some activity? I think that's what I'm understanding from Paul.
Yes, and so that, and like I said, I wish I could divulge more, but that are 18 out of those 18 folks that are currently expressing interest or looking at the community, a majority of them are pretty, you know, they're I would say they're further along than not. And then especially, as I mentioned earlier, these hotel groups, I would put these guys in, I would put these guys across the line as strong candidates more so than targets. If that answers the question. I'm sorry if it doesn't.
Yeah, I don't know if he was talking about, I think he might be referring to the contract. You know, like we have in there 30 contacts. I don't know if he was, I don't know if he's asking for in our contract, whether we should have targets like by the end of year 2, we need to secure 4 businesses or 3 businesses, or is that what you're asking, Paul? Yeah. Sorry, Don, I see your hand. You're in the corner, but I'll get to you in just a second. Let's see.
You said yeah.
That's what Paul was asking. If we, in our contract, if we have, you know, like, we want to see by the end of year 2, we want to see 3 businesses contracted in Interlago. Do we have that in our contract, or is it just showing so much activity?
So it's showing so much activity, and I'll tell you, and the reason why is because us simply being consultants, at the end of the day, we can't complete the transaction. So if I bring, we'll use a hotel as an example. If I bring a hotel to the community and they say, we want to be in Lago Vista and we want this site, we want the site at this address, it is completely, there's so many layers beyond that can upset that deal, up to the point of you guys to say, so you guys may not like it. So you say, well, we don't like this prospect. We're going to move on. We just don't give them any attention. We want to bring someone else on. But then beyond that, you can also take it to the property owner. You get to the property owner, and the property owner says, well, this property's worth 10 times more than I said it was a week ago, and I'm not going to sell it unless they buy it. And so there's certain elements that are out of our control, whereas look at us in the same picture as the city or the EDC. There's only so much control that the EDC has in landing business, because at the very last moment, a property owner or just an endless amount of things can come in and upset that deal. And so that's why it's very tough to tie it to specific businesses, and it has to be more tied towards activity.
All right, Don Bartholow.
So Chris, just for, can you guys hear me okay? It seems like my struggle with the comms works without the camera better sometimes. I'm wondering if you're familiar with the Turnback Canyon Trail Conservancy and what that might bring to our city. Have you heard of that yet?
I'm not familiar with it, no.
So we have a nonprofit group that's gotten together, and they're forming a 22-mile trail that uses a lot of city property, and it ties into our sports complex area, and it ties into the Balcones Canyonlands area, and they've made a lot of headway. And when this community was platted, there were gaps left on a lot of the hillside properties on the hill that you see on the east side of 1431 there. Or we find these are all platted through, and they go over to the hollows, and it could be more than a 22-mile loop potentially. And so a lot of the athletes that come to town for hikes and trail runs and those kind of events could be very beneficial to especially to the people that may bring the hotel or a boutique hotel or something like that. And I just felt like I wanted to throw that in there so you'd know about it, and they're easy to look up. They've got a website and a decent amount of.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I kind of want to touch on Paul Roberts' comment a little bit. Because yeah, we are all worried about the economy and COVID and how businesses are going to succeed and react and move forward. You'll hear one of our plans later on in tonight that we will be kicking off tonight. But I'm going to ask Josh to come in. He's got some numbers that really shows how unique our situation, our community is out here. And we have been able to present that to some of these retail businesses to show how we as a community are actually responding to the COVID-19. Cheers, Josh.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So this on the screen is the sales tax distribution that the city receives. What you're seeing is the sales tax that the city actually receives, and which is half of what is actually tabulated here in Lago, because the other half of our sales tax goes to Cap Metro. So you'll notice on this bottom line down here, hopefully that'll highlight, but anyway, down here on the bottom line, you'll see in calendar year 2011, our total sales tax was $279,000. In 12, you had a small increase, same thing in 13. 14, you saw a little bit greater increase of about $50,000. Up to 16, you're over $400,000. So you're seeing some growth, which can be attributed to more people, population, traffic. 18, numbers growing in a standard rate. 19, you saw some significant increase of about $60,000. And then you'll see through the September distribution, which is September distribution was for the month of July. The number is already greater than all of calendar year 2019. So one of the things that Chris and Zeno work on is showing that our people are shopping locally. So during this period of time, going back to kind of what Paul was saying about people that are COVID proof and businesses that work, you know, we've seen Sonic is the most happening place in the city, and it takes circling the building a couple times to get a milkshake. And we've seen Wild Navy start up and some real positive results. We've also seen Starbucks come in. We've seen our eye care expand. Domino's has had some really fantastic numbers. So you'll look for these numbers. If that continues throughout the last quarter of the calendar year, then the estimated number is roughly $726,000. So you couple that in with the increase for calendar year and fiscal year, and that's a 33 to 34% increase over the previous year. So I think you're seeing a couple different things. You're seeing new business, and you're also seeing people buying local, which you can't really determine which way is more effective. One of the things that Chris has been talking about is laying that foundation so that you do have the fruits of your labors, hopefully in year 2 and or in year 3, so that you see business development occurring inside of our community at a rate that our community can still support those businesses. And that's one of our major challenges, is we have to be able to support those businesses. We've seen in our community that some businesses struggle with employees, getting enough employees to work. We've seen location being a challenge. We've seen hours of operation being a challenge. So hopefully, as the community becomes a little more concerned with our local businesses, we'll be able to spend our dollars at those places.
Thank
you. You know, Josh, that's a great point. And I would add to that, as also look at it as successfully as the community is performing during this time, while the rest of the world is like literally melting in places. Moving forward for the next, not only for the next year or two, but think 5-10 years from now, when you compare communities and you say, look what Lago Vista did during one of the worst economic downturns we've ever had. Look how the businesses did there. Look how successful they were. And that will be a huge, huge marketing advantage and strategic advantage for the community for here until the forever future. I mean, that's something that you guys will always be able to lean on.
And I'll say, if you're watching the chat, I don't know, it's moving kind of fast now. Ron Smith had commented, we had done this once before. Gosh, I don't remember if it was 2013, 2014. We didn't really have anything economically in our community other than the chamber. We didn't have a economic development committee. We didn't have anybody on staff, and we brought in the Buxton Corporation. And Ron had said 2 years. I was thinking it was only 1 year, but they produced absolutely nothing in their time that they were here. And I can remember asking them, because they'll represent a city, but they will also represent businesses. And so during their time, I had asked them, how often did they actually recommend our community to the businesses that they represented? And their answer was 0. And I couldn't understand. I couldn't understand their philosophy of how trying to get businesses to come to our community if they weren't putting it out to their businesses. So we ended their contract after 2 years. I've got a second by Kevin Sullivan. So yeah, 2 years. I guess it was later. It was under Melissa. So 2015, 2016, maybe. From what I have seen so far from Retail Strategies compared to what I saw 5 years ago, the difference is amazing. I think that so far, the level of activity and interest that Eric and Christopher have been able to bring to Lago Vista, it's been amazing. I wish we were in a position so we could give more details, but we're just not in that position. The businesses really don't like that. If y'all can remember Starbucks, I mean, they withheld their information for a year before they let it out that they were going to open up in Lago. So your businesses are very private about where they're going into. And we do have a lot of prospects out there that are strong and positive. We just can't really give out that information just yet, but it's looking good. Anybody else? Paul Roberts.
Yes, sir. Christopher, I would just like to submit to you that as you ponder prospects for Lago Vista, please consider that here in this new economy that's developing, this renaissance in our economy we have going on right now is predicated in part upon businesses resolving to not even reopen office space. Office space is in the tank. Simon Properties right now is out there converting malls is in discussions with Amazon right now, discussing ways of warehousing and creating central distribution centers. So you also have a tremendous number of people who are choosing to work from home, and the businesses are all too happy to accommodate that. Approximately 25% of, I forget the number of companies of the Fortune 500 companies that were polled, 25% of the consensus was that 25% of the employees would be allowed to continue working from home. You have an exodus from states like Illinois, New York, California. They are coming here, and many of them have a lot more money than our current median income demographic in both the greater Austin area and Lago Vista especially. So there's going to be a higher income demographic coming out here that's specifically looking for more square footage and more space, and they're going to have a lot of money to spend. So as you consider your prospects, consider businesses that do cater to a higher income demographic as well. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So tonight we're considering whether we want to approve their second year. And if we do, then some of these, don't just put these little suggestions to rest after tonight's meeting. All these things that you want to see, Darcy with her bowling alley and pool hall and everything that she wants. You know, reach out to Retail Strategies and let them know, you know, what you're looking for. Paul Roberts, same with you. Anybody else, you know? Don made the comment about the athletes that are coming out here. You know, we have between here and Marble Falls, we have that outdoor track. I don't know where all the motorcycles go to and Jeeps go to tear up their vehicles. We have a lot of motorcyclists that come through here because 1431 is a fan favorite for motorcycle riders. And yeah, the athletes that Don mentioned earlier, those are all good, you know, things to consider when that, you know, that Retail Strategies needs to know about. So if I don't have any more comments at this time, this is an action item. And it is.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Dick.
I make a motion that we approve the contract for the second year with Retail Strategies.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second by David Williams. Any further discussion? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, contract is approved for second year, unanimous. Chris, are you at Central Time Zone or East Time Zone?
I'm on Texas time.
Okay, well, that's not too late then.
I'm still gonna get beat up for missing dinner though.
Well, take care. We appreciate it. We'll be in touch very soon.
Thank you, guys. Have a good night.
All right, so now we will go back to our action. Let's see, where we at? Dun, 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 public hearing and possible action. Number 3, the Lago Vista City Council is holding a public hearing to consider an ordinance of the City Council of Lago Vista, Texas, amending Chapter 3, Chapter 10, and Chapter 10.5 of the Lago Vista Code of Ordinances to supplement existing drainage and erosion control requirements applicable to all property regulated by the city. And I will open the public hearing at 8:07 p.m. So, drainage and erosion control requirements. First appeared August 6, 2020. Without the benefit of a public hearing or a recommendation from Planning and Zoning Commission about the proposed amendments. The proposed ordinance amendment contains the remaining 2 components. Mr. Prince, now we can hear you.
Oh, good. I left the meeting and came back. Thank you very much.
Yes, now we can hear you. All right, so proposed ordinance amendment contains the remaining 2 components of a larger effort to complete a comprehensive review of some of the major environmental regulations within the jurisdiction of the city of Lago Vista. The companion component was the recently completed amendment to the landscaping and tree preservation provisions of Chapter 14 in the zoning ordinance. All of the areas include some overlapping and related environmental concerns. Let's see. As mentioned during the consideration of the draft landscaping and tree preservation ordinance, the contribution to this effort by the subcommittee members cannot be overstated. Each member of that subcommittee, chaired by Mr. Scott Cameron, did a tremendous amount of research preparing. Let's see. All right, so there is a lot. I mean, this, if you've all looked at your packet, let's see, we've got 302 is probably what page is that? Page 30 starts with the red line addition. So you can see we've got an entire section 3.1401 drainage that has been added or is suggested to be added to this. And then we have 1402 erosion control that is being added completely. And then if you go down to attachment B, which starts chapter 10, you'll see red line some of the additions that are going or modifications going to chapter 10. And 10.5 after that. So at this point, since there is a lot of material, I'm going to ask Roy to come in and give us some background, some additional background on this.
Yes, sir. I'll try and summarize it as best I can. There was I think a community expectation that we could do better on erosion controls. Those provisions used to be in Chapter 14, but it seemed like it made more sense to treat those issues differently, tree preservation and new shrubs and bushes from the lawn requirements, and making sure that what we did kept the lake as clean as possible and did everything we could possibly do. We had some challenges with the severe topography that we thought needed some, detailed approaches, and that was worked on by the committee jointly between P&Z and the Building and Standards Commission. We got those ready to go. They were removed from Chapter 14. Now you got new ones to go into Chapter 3. At the same time, we had some concerns that historically there was some commercial and non-residential property that wasn't really taking care of the stormwater detention the way it perhaps should. The suggestion might have been that there was some vague language, wasn't absolutely clear. What we did was we plugged everything that even looked like a hole, and so it made it just sometimes double and triple covered. The idea that yes, you must take care of your stormwater here. There are no reasons and no type of development where you can avoid that. And that's in short what it is. Now that required a lot of cross-referencing, which is to other things in the subdivision regs and in the site development regs, and those were the things that were added. Originally, it was anticipated that those were nothing but cross-references, but when we looked carefully to do that, we saw some things that we thought were in the subdivision regs that weren't. So it got a little more serious, and that's when we kicked it to P&Z to make sure they gave a recommendation, because there were a couple things that kind of crossed that line a little bit too much for our comfort level.
So Roy, as a citizen driving down the street, what visual changes am I going to see as a citizen due to these changes?
Well, there's not going to be such a thing as a lawn that's not allowed to be not vegetated. You've got to do something. No more bare soil. No reason, no excuse, and it can't be deferred. It's that simple.
And so the drainage and erosion, does that change? What are we going to see as far as the drainage ditches and stuff? Are we going to see any significant changes?
The changes on the drainage part, and Eric's here, and he's the primary. I hope he is. I think he's the primary author on that. But I think the gist was to make sure that there were no ambiguities left, if you will, that, possibly justified, the commercial properties that didn't have any stormwater detention. And to make sure that was just no longer the case. But that was the way I appreciated it, but Eric may have a more detailed and technical explanation.
Eric, do you have anything you would like to comment?
I wouldn't say more detailed or technical explanation. The main thing that some of the builders are going to see as an impact is some more requirements, some more stringent requirements on adverse impact to adjoining properties. A lot of complaints that we have from a lot of residents is that the builder didn't do enough to protect our homeowners. Now that we got this new piece of property and we're flooding ourselves, our backyards are being eroded, and we're flooding our neighbors' driveways and our neighbors' garages. So what this does is
we've lost you.
Properties and to the city right away, for that matter.
We lost you there at the end, Eric.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I think I'm done with the rest of the image.
Keeps breaking up.
I'm sorry, Mayor. That's all I had to say. The rest of it wasn't relevant.
Okay, so I know it was breaking up a little bit, but I think y'all have all seen and heard over the years, somebody comes in and would build a house and not necessarily address the runoff from the construction. And next thing you know, we get a big rain in there. Because of the construction, it is now funneled water onto their neighbors. So while this is the builder's responsibility, that's one thing this ordinance is going to do is tighten up those requirements for those builders to make sure they're not flooding their neighbors.
Right, and they can't pass it on to somebody else. That's one of the things that caused problems previously, and we have tightened that up. If it's a difficult site with a lot of slope, you have to propose your solution on the front end, and as a result, there'll be no excuse that that you're going to pass it on to the homeowner to do later. You had plenty of time to think about it and plan.
Awesome. Yes, Dick Leatherly.
My question is for Roy. In the information we received, the only recommendation that I saw in here, they voted to approve it, but they questioned the 6 months before this became applicable. Do you feel like that if this took effect January the 1st, it would create an undue problem for our contractors and builders?
Oh, no, sir. In terms of particularly that provision related to the drainage, I would argue that they at least theoretically have most of these same requirements already. It's not like we're doing something new. We're just, what we have, we think is a little better and a little tighter, if you will.
Yeah, throwing some dirt in the holes.
Yep.
Yes, Frank.
I think one of the improvements has to do with what the information that we're putting out explicitly in the document. So when folks are looking to build something here and they look for drainage, they're going to get some really good detailed guidance that they didn't have before with this ordinance.
Correct.
Anybody else?
Arch.
Go ahead, Arch.
You're muted.
All right. One of the things that concerned the subcommittee was the fact that a lot of the problems that we have with drainage has more to do, I think, with residential construction as opposed to commercial construction. What we have right now is we have a lot of people that are building and not, they're not putting down turf to go from side to side, lot line to lot line. And that's one of the things that will be addressed here. Also, there are some people that used rock and used rock in elevations that the material was too small and had the ability to be rolled off by heavy rains and things of that nature. So this is going to address that as well in the requirement that the stones or whatever it is that they're using is large enough and heavy enough that will not be displaced by heavy rains. Those are two big items that were discussed, and I believe that this ordinance will address those issues and help all of our neighbors with being able to see that there's not going to be runoff onto their properties because of the vegetated requirement.
So will this, not that anybody necessarily does their whole yard, but you'll see different pathways, flower beds, and say with crushed, decomposed granite. Well, is that going to go away?
The lightweight granite, you can still use it, but it has to be contained by edging that, that you cannot use lightweight materials or the cedar mulch or anything else without containing it somehow, either behind retaining walls or edging. And we even got a little picky about what material you got to use so it's low maintenance and permanent.
Good. Okay. Yeah, Art, you had more?
Yes, Mayor. The other thing that I wanted to add is that I think the putting off the effectiveness of this ordinance by 6 months is really not something that needs to be considered. I believe this is something that should take effect immediately.
Immediately, correct.
Okay. All right, David.
Well, I was going to ask Roy to address the two items that P&Z brought up at their last meeting as far as having a Texas licensed professional engineer and getting rid of that 6-month drainage delay on drainage.
Yeah, I mean, they just pointed out very correctly that is the proper way to phrase that requirement, is to include the word professional engineer. And they were right, and it was simply an oversight. And they brought up the fact that there, if a delay is warranted, certainly 6 months was too much. And my preference is that, for what it's worth, anytime you guys see an ordinance that we write and you think there is a delay that's warranted to let people become aware of it, you guys ought to make that as part of your motion, and then we'll just alter the effective date of the ordinance itself. The same way we plug in the number, we can plug in any effective date you want us to.
Great.
Anybody else? Dick.
Yeah, Roy, what would be, to your mind, the quickest that we would want to implement this without putting a burden on our contractors and builders?
I don't, the delay part was only related to the drainage anyway. We've been telling people about the erosion control for darn near a year, it seems like. Certainly since January. We've been working on this a long time. The idea that a builder doesn't know about it, I find that hard to believe.
Okay, thank you.
In fact, we haven't exactly been announcing the fact that it wasn't adopted yet.
All right, it's a public hearing, so I see Paul Roberts' hand up.
Hi, good evening. Question, I guess, really is for Roy. Roy, in light of what the Hollows are doing, what was discussed at the last P&Z meeting, they're going to remove that fire pit. They've got their project they're working on, Keith Walters' project, the latest phase into Sarah, and the project being talked about off of Boggy. Would this adversely affect any of those 4 entities? Or put another way, like y'all were just discussing, they've known about this. Have these people planned for this?
Yes, sir. Once again, I would argue that every one of these ordinances in effect already existed. The requirements did. All we did was tighten them up and make it specific. There's always been a requirement that you had to, do something about, bare soils here. It's just we had so many built-in excuses, if you will. People took advantage of those, and we said no more. And that's what the committee brought to the table.
Sure.
I mean, this is the staff just helping them do what they want to do.
And if they're not pushing back or asking for any type of waiver, what purpose does it, then it sounds like the concerns of the council are valid, that it really may not serve much purpose to provide any type of grandfathering or waiver of sorts. Is that?
That'll be up to them if they think it's warranted. But like I said, the provisions that were in there were only specifically targeted at the drainage section anyway.
Cool. Thank you very much, Roy.
All right. Anybody else in the audience like to address the public hearing? No. Wait, Darcy.
Does this pertain to city projects as well, these ordinances? Like guys are gonna have to follow what this is as well with drainage and everything else? And the ISD, I'd like to also know about the ISD following that as well.
There are some things about city projects that are a little bit different. A lot of it has to do with the fact that, for example, adjacent to an existing right-of-way, there's not much the city can do about, anything there, the streets there, the right-of-ways there. There's limitations on what they can do. The ISD, just like anybody else, if you guys want to give them some latitude, they're going to have to come to you as an individual applicant, kind of the way the ESD1 did, and ask for that relief, on a case-by-case basis. There's nothing built into the ordinance for them.
Right. Anyone else? Paul again. Paul Roberts.
Just one other question I just thought of. If this is going to increase any runoff into the lake, is there any consultation needed with LCRA? Or is the passing of this ordinance going to, have we given consideration to any unintended consequences such as runoff in the lake and problems with the LCRA?
No, sir. It actually reinforces their requirements, not the other way around.
Awesome. Thanks, Roy.
All right. Anyone else? All right. That's all I have from the public. I'm going to go ahead, based on what I've seen, discussed, and heard from everyone in the participation. I'm going to go ahead and close this public hearing at 8:27 p.m. And with that, we're at council discussion and possible action.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Dave.
I'll make a motion that we approve an ordinance amending Chapter 3, Chapter 10, and Chapter 10.5 of the Volga Vista Code of Ordinances to supplement the existing drainage and erosion control.
I will second.
With the one other thing, with the removal of the 6-month delay in implementation, make it effective immediately.
I will second.
All right. So I got the motion from Dick Weatherly and the second from Tim Collins. Any further comments?
Also adding the Texas licensed professional engineer into the document.
That's not in there?
Well, it wasn't
I
in
think
the
it is.
original one. We
It is.
distributed a copy that fixed both of those.
Yeah, it's in there. It's in the red line version. It's in there.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was. I thought I read it.
Yeah, I didn't know whether Sandra updated the packet or not, or just sent it by email. That's my mistake.
I saw
It's in there.
Oh, it's in there.
All right. So we've got the motion and the second. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay.
Nay?
Nay, okay. Ordinance passes 6-1. All right, we will move to number 4. Public hearing. The Lago Vista City Council will hold a public hearing to receive citizen comments on the proposed tax rate of 0.6475 per $100 valuation for the 2020-2021 budget for the city of Lago Vista and take any necessary action. I will open the public hearing at 8:30 p.m. So City Council has already approved the tax rate reduction at a regular council meeting in August. The new tax rate is set at a rate not to exceed 0.6475 per $100 valuation. Public hearing is required before council can approve the tax rate for fiscal year 2021. No action is required by the City Council once the public hearing has been completed. There is a sister item on the agenda later on for council to consider ordinance number 20-09-17-03, an ordinance of the city of Lago Vista, Texas, levying ad valorem taxes for use and support of the municipal government of the city of the fiscal year beginning 1 October 2020 and terminating 30 September 2021, providing for apportioning each levy for specific purposes and providing when taxes shall become due and when same shall become delinquent if not paid. So it's a public hearing. There is no action to be taken on this one. So I'm opening, it's already opened. Comments from the public. Yes, Paul.
Hi. Yesterday in the budget meeting, toward the very end of the meeting, I expressed my reservations about lowering the tax rate based on the need for that revenue. However, I was looking, Paul Prince made a point at the very end in the chat section that got my attention, and it pertained to increase a data point that I've recently seen in which it references the fact that home valuations in 2018, the median home price across the country in 2018 was approximately $258,000. Whereas as of August of this year, it's now up to $318,000. And that could offset some other things. And I was just wondering, I didn't get a chance to get more input from Mr. Prince on that, and I was wondering if maybe he could address that when he speaks in his public comments. Thank you.
Okay, and I will make one quick before I turn it over to Paul Prince. The thing with this Senate Bill 2, you know, these home values, you know, they could go up, and this is one of the things that I have talked with my higher up representatives and senators about the approach they have taken with these new ad valorem tax rates. The way Senate Bill 2 is, they can increase, you know, the values of these homes at the appraisal district level and generate all kinds of income for, you know, the school district and all of these other things that aren't subject to Senate Bill 2. But for us, we have an artificial cap. So regardless of what they do, we can only increase our revenues so much. That, you know, that voter approval rate, the de minimis rate, we can only go so much unless we go out for voter approval. So we're, you know, we're looking, we don't have the trend yet. And we're looking at what is this increase in home values going to do to our voter approval rate and the de minimis rate and things like that. And that's kind of what I've cautioned us on this whole cycle is, and if we go down too much, it could start a snowball effect and could cause us problems about 3 years down the line. So
Certainly.
That Senate Bill 2 is a real issue. I have a sign up from Chelaine Marion. Is this the topic that you were requesting to speak on? I know you'd asked to speak at the 4 o'clock. That one was canceled, and so you did agree to address council at this meeting. Is this the topic, or was there another one on the agenda that you were wanting?
Mayor, I'm wanting to ask a question during the budget item.
Okay, all right. So just, I don't know, raise your hand or something to let me know exactly which item number it is, since we got 3 or 4. All right, I'll get back to you.
I think it should be item 6, I'm thinking, Mayor, the general budget adoption.
Oh, all right, thank you. So Paul sent me an email. He wanted to speak on this.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, good news. So Mr. Roberts teed it up. I appreciate your concerns expressed around the uncertainty of the Senate Bill 2 and what that means for us. In budget working sessions, you actually had expressed interest in potentially setting the tax rate a little lower than we've already stated in budget working meetings. So going from 0.6475, which has already been agreed to, down to 0.64. And I want to say I support that. Number one, there's the home valuation argument that Mr. Roberts laid out there. You've correctly cautioned us on that because of the Senate Bill 2. The other factor is that we're simply growing so fast. We've got, I don't know what the exact numbers are, but it's certainly in excess of 5% annual growth rate, I think, in number of homes being added. 8%, okay, thank you. So, you know, growing at 8% in our tax base is a great thing. I think if we reduce to 0.64 as you were proposing, that's a reduction of approximately 1.5%. So growing at 8%, giving back 1.5% to our citizens. Especially if you look at the fact that we've been at 0.65, that does not include our ESD taxes, which are 0.1 twice over. So we're effectively at 0.85. Just picking Marble Falls as an example, I think they're at 0.61, and that includes ESD. So I think it's appropriate for us to be very cautious and not move too fast, but I think it's also appropriate for us to take some reduction, a little more than the very small 0.0025 that has been taken so far. So I'm in favor of a 0.64 as the final number. Thank you.
Okay. And yeah, I did, like you say, I did suggest that. And the reason I was looking at that is because of, you know, what that would mean. It's about $110,000, that 1 penny, somewhere along those lines. And we had already talked about eliminating, about 80,000 just on certain things, you know, with some contracts, some education from city council. And so I was pretty confident that, you know, we come up with another 30,000 somewhere, and taking that 110 out was not something that was really going to trigger that snowball effect going into next 2 or 3 years. I could be wrong again, but I was confident that 1 penny would be fine. So that's why I had suggested that. So. Dick, did I see your hand up?
You know, the only thing that I would say, Mr. Prince, is we have held our tax rate at the same point for the last 9 years. We depend extremely heavily on our ad valorem taxes for the functioning of our city. Unfortunately, we do not have the sales tax base that the communities that have 2 roads going through them around us have. They can go with a lower tax base and still be able to support their city. Ad valorem tax is what we have. And right now, with the uncertainty in Senate Bill 2, not really knowing where this is going to go over the next couple of years, I just don't think that we can do any more than the 6475, because we're just not at a point where we have the facts to be able to say comfortably, yes, we can do this. This is not going to be a problem, because it could start a snowball effect that's going to have very detrimental effects on the city over the next 3, 4, 5 years. That's it.
And so, yeah, currently in the last 10 years, that, you know, Retail Strategies pointed it out, our growth in our sales tax has been minimal. So any increase that we've had has really not offset anything as far as our ad valorem. But, and this obviously could be an anomaly because of what we're going through. I mean, if we could get a trend of about 3 years where we're showing 30% growth in our sales tax, and this is kind of not really on the agenda, but there's another penny out there that if we could make some changes, we could take that penny, that other penny, and put it into an economic development corporation. And it could be, you know, in the next 3 years or so, we could see something where our sales tax is growing enough to actually make an impact, and we can start taking additional pennies off of the ad valorem tax rate. So we're on an upswing. We've gotten really stable over the last 3 years, and we're moving strong upward. So we'll see. Yes, Arch.
Mayor, I just wanted to point something out. When we talk about the median price of homes as it relates to ad valorem taxes, we have to be careful that we understand what median means, because if we're talking about average, which means that you take the 2 endpoints of that spread and find the middle ground, that's different than median. Median means that half fall on one side and the other side is the other half. So that median price could be a lot different than the average price. So we have to be careful that we understand those terms.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public? Yes, Diane.
You're muted.
No,
Sorry.
that button's hard to remember.
It is. I just want to say that I am inclined to agree with Paul Prince that the even 64 would be, it would be a little positive action for the community, and without a lot of sacrifice from Lago Vista with the positives that we've been seeing. And 30% ongoing increase in sales, I think, as a sales tax, it is a pretty high expectation, and something less would be a really good movement, positive movement as well. And perhaps there's going to be some additional with if we have viable alternative to the Cap Metro for additional revenues. So I just think right now it would be a good positive all around move for the community without an undue risk to Lago.
All right, thank you. Darcy.
Hi, I was going to ask, why couldn't we raise the sales tax and lower the property tax so that gets evened out above everybody? Because it's like people who are just property owners shouldn't get the brunt. Why are you laughing, Dick? Anyway.
We would love to be able to do that.
I mean, theoretically, if you raise the sales tax a penny, you can make the income that you save property owners. This big tax thing shouldn't always fall on the property owners. Where there's a lot of people here that don't own property, you know, and for people like me who own property but live very small, I choose how I spend my money, and most of my money goes to my property tax. So that's just something. So I don't know how you raise sales tax. I don't know that. That's why we have city council, and that's why I'm asking the question.
So Darcy, unfortunately, sales tax is controlled by the state. So the state is at 6.25, and they allow communities to go up a maximum of 2 cents. You can go up 1 that you can use for general revenue. The other 1, there are certain restrictions to it, and the most common use is for an economic development EDC. Can't remember what the C stands for. Corporation, Economic Development Corporation. And then that extra 1 cent is, I mean, it's earmarked. And it can be broken down. It can be broken down into ½ cent for this EDC and ½ cent for this EDC, but you can't go more than that 1 cent. And right now, because God, when was it? 1986. I believe the voters approved Cap Metro, and Cap Metro, excuse me, Cap Metro gets that extra 1 cent. So you've heard us mention off and on making some changes to our mass transit so that we could capture that 1 cent back. You know, we would be able to take that 1 cent and put it into EDCs. But then coming out of our general funds, we're going to have to provide some sort of alternative mass transit system, especially for different communities. I don't know if you call them special needs communities. I don't know if that's the right term to use or not, but we're required by law to provide transportation for certain populations. And so 2021 is going to be a big year for that. You will see a lot of council discussion coming up on that extra 1 cent and our mass transit system. So stay tuned. But we can't.
Thank you for explaining that.
Unfortunately, we cannot raise sales tax. So.
Thank you for explaining that and not laughing.
Darcy, I wasn't laughing at you. That was one of the very first things I wanted to do when I got on council. And the very first thing I was told, no, you can't.
Okay, Dick, then we just have minds that think alike.
All right. Anyone else? Public? Okay. Well, if that's it, then I'm going to go ahead and where's my thing? Oh, Paul.
Well, I typed in the chat window, but I felt like it kind of got lost in that conversation. So if I may read what I just typed, and then I'll be done. To be clear on my argument, our 8% growth in the number of new homes drives property tax growth that is not limited by SB2 and is more than enough revenue growth to reduce from 0.64 to 0.65 to 0.64, which is 1.5% drop. So an increase of 8% from growth is much higher than the 1.5% drop. And then any additional revenue, which comes from sales tax growth, would be upside on top of that. And I just want to make it clear that that's my argument.
Yeah, and that is very true. The growth that first year is not factored into the SB2 calculations, but it does come into play that second year down the road when it is figured in. Yes, growth is always going to be a plus. We are doing very well, and we have been for, gosh, I guess going on our fourth year now. But we, you know, it's never a given. It could go away just as fast as it came. So we got to be with something to watch as always. You know, there's always a variable out there. All right. Oh, Christina.
I'm going to have to agree with Paul Prince's idea of going down to 0.64. I believe that there is a lot of room in our budget that we could possibly not have in it. And I think also too that the people of Lago could really use a bit of a break with everything that's going on. And 3 years down the road, like Dick talked about, we're going to be revisiting this property tax rate next year. So we could take it year by year and still offer our citizens some sort of a break.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, well, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing at 8:51 p.m. And there's no action on this one, so we will move to number 5. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding ordinance number 20-09-17-01, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, pursuant to Vernon's Texas Codes annotated Local Government Code, Chapter 102, Section 102.007B, providing for amendments to ordinance number 19-09-19-02 for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2019 and ending September 30th, 2020. Amendments to said budget by department are set forth in Exhibit A attached to this ordinance. Let's go over here. I got to bring in my PowerPoint. Dun, dun, dun. 501. Okay, that's the thing. All right. So the spreadsheet is on 48. So Josh, if you would like to go over these amendments, I'll turn it over to you at this time.
Sir, thanks, Mayor. So at the end of the fiscal year, what we do is we capture the items that have been discussed by the council throughout the year, and basically you're ratifying those changes to amend the overall budget, or you're making changes to items that, although it will not exceed the operating budget, the approved budget, you're making these changes so that at the end of the year, you're moving the line items to satisfy those expenses within the operating budget. For example, we've got in the aviation budget, you'll see that down in the middle. It's Fund 14, which is the aviation fund. It states that we are requesting an additional $40,000 to increase the budget for fuel sales. What you need to see on items like that is by increasing the fuel sales, we may not expend all those $40,000 over the final months, but it'll provide so that we do not overspend that budget. And then on the opposite side, if you're purchasing fuel, then you should have fuel sales that would create a revenue line item to cover those items. In addition, you're going to see the transfer from general fund reserve to the CIP. That $3.6 million is projects that were already approved in the FY20 budget, and those are projects that council's considered, council allocated a budget for, and allocated general fund dollars to go to, but we need to, again, ratify that action with the dollars in the budget showing the movement of that $3.6 million. You're able to track those expenses monthly by reviewing the monthly financial statement. You can see those items. There are some smaller items, disposal services for water treatment plant. Again, that's a line item that we don't want to overspend those items. And as you're coming down the stretch, we want to throw some additional dollars into that account. Not that it's going to exceed the operating budget for that overall department or fund, but we want to add those numbers just so that there's not an overspending of the fiscal year 2020 budget. There are 3 items in here for employees that retired during the fiscal year, and they had payouts for their leave, and those items have been placed into this exhibit so that can increase the personnel expenses for those individual budgets. You'll see that in development services, human resources, and in public works. The total number, Mayor, that we don't have a tally on the bottom of this. The total number for the items that are not the general fund CIP allocation is $537,000.
All right. Questions, comments from council? Mr. Weatherly.
Josh, that money will come out of the general fund?
Mayor, so what will happen is the items on the top will be general fund, the aviation fund, obviously it'll be aviation fund, and then the utility fund will cover roughly, it looks like $175,000, and then the capital improvements on Civic Loop Waterline project, that'll cover $75,000. So each individual budget will cover those items. Yes, sir, like the sheet.
All right.
Anyone else? All right, anybody from the audience? Questions? Paul Prince.
2 questions, Josh, and these are just clarifying so I understand that $500,000+, is that in addition to the bottom line of the expenses for FY20, or that still keeps us within the bottom line for the plan for FY20? It's just moving money around.
Mayor, so what it'll do with these numbers, this will not exceed the expenses collectively. So the bottom line will effectively remain the same. However, with these budget amendments, it'll change that number. So when we do the final audit, what you'll see is, and what we'll do is we'll come back on the after the audit's presented, and we'll show you the budget as it was approved, and then we'll show any amendments. What you'll see based on the financial statements is we're going to be under budget for the approved budget. This will amend the line items. So yes, it will not impact the overspend of the approved FY20 budget. It'll amend those numbers, however.
Thank you. And my second question, the $3.6 million move to the capital fund, that's an FY20 number. There's a proposal for another big number in FY21, but these are 2 separate items, correct?
That's correct. And so you'll see the difference this year, Mayor. So the difference this year is when we approve the capital projects previously, the council approves those projects, and then the dollars are paid for out of the reserve fund, and you're moving the dollars at the end of the year on the books. So on the monthly financial, you'll see instead of having an additional fund balance in the general fund reserve for the year, you're already paying these items. So what we're doing for next year's budget, I think one of the items that you and I talked about previously, what we're doing in next year's budget is we're going to go ahead and move these dollars in the beginning of the year. So at the end of the year, you won't have this type of transfer. And that's the difference by front loading it. So what we believe in our discussions is it makes it more transparent at the beginning because you're already spending those dollars as were approved through the capital improvement plan.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. If that is all that I have, then this is open for action.
Mr. Mayor, make a motion that we approve ordinance number 20-09-17-01.
Second.
All right, I have the motion and a second by Frank Robbins. Any further discussion? And all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. And we go to number 6. A discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding ordinance number 20-09-17-02, an ordinance of the city of Lago Vista, Texas, adopting a budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020, and ending September 30, 2021, appropriating the various amounts thereof, and repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict therewith, and providing for an effective date. And also B, consider ratification of the portion of the FY 2020-21 budget reflecting an increase in property tax revenues. All right, let's see, go over here. All right, so following yesterday's meeting, we have made the adjustments. And I will turn it over to Josh to enlighten us.
Thanks, Mayor. So we made those changes with the recommendations from, or the direction from council. I sent that information out to council. Let me maximize this screen and I will share the screen. So Mayor, what you're seeing now on this spreadsheet, this will show you where the proposed 2021 budget is at this point. It has the revenues and expenses listed for each fund. You'll see that listed here. This breaks down the general fund in this column here in the center, and then it shows the total budget of $38,462,406, and that's making those changes. That is 2 factors. That budget was developed with the 0.6475 tax rate, and it was developed with the utility rate that has remained the same. So no changes were made to the utility rate per conversations stated by council previously, and no additional changes were made to the tax rate per that discussion. One item to clarify on the utility rates is we do have a fee schedule discussion coming up, and part of that fee schedule discussion may be related to the utility rates, and that conversation can be had at those times. So we've made those changes and included those items per that direction, and here's what those numbers relate to, Mayor.
All right. Did that have the ESD contracts in there?
Yes, sir, Mayor. That's been removed out of the budget completely. That's 2 ESD contracts.
Okay. All right. Council, any questions, comments? No? All right, so no additional modifications at this time? All right. Is there anybody from the audience? I believe, Shalane, this is your one that you were wanting to, so I'll start with you.
Great, thank you, Mayor. So mine is actually really easy, and I'm really glad, Josh, that you just showed that document up on the screen because it's somewhat related to that. And for those who weren't able to attend yesterday's budget meeting, I wondered if you might be able to provide a little bit of detail on which of those line items were adjusted as a result of that meeting. And then the other part of that question, or my question, is asking if those are approved, will those new numbers be reflected and posted in a revised version of the document to the website? Because the only version that's up there currently has the July 30th date. And that's really what my two questions were. So quick and easy.
Mayor, if I may. So yes, in the meeting yesterday and then some of the discussions that we've had previously, the items that were directed that I'd presented back to council on those discussions, the document you've seen is a standard process where the manager and the staff present the proposed budget to council. That's the one you're seeing online. And then that doesn't change on the online version because that's the budget and the budget message. That one stays permanent until the council adopts the fiscal year budget, and then we make those changes. One of the things that we did this year was to have the ClearGov module that'll allow you to see those changes as we work through the documents. So if you click on cleargov.com, I think it's a .com, you can follow and see some of those changes that are being proposed and made through the process. The changes made yesterday for today were reducing the tax rate down to 6.475, and that had already been approved by council. Removing an ESD contract for emergency management contract, removing the ESD fire marshal contract, increasing health insurance city, increasing health insurance employee, reducing city council travel and education by 12,000, reducing city manager training by 2,000, and increasing development services building permits by 24,000. All those items have been changed, and then you'll realize those in the document that I shared. That's the departmental and fund level budget. And then what we will do is we'll make all these changes to a permanent document and then resave the operating budget for the year, just like the other documents you're seeing. That'll be saved to the website. So you'll be able to see that document at any point throughout the year once it's approved by council.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. All right, Paul Prince.
I'm just trying to understand what's in the packet for tonight's meeting on this agenda item versus what we just saw. And maybe Josh, you can help me understand this. I see on pages 51 and following an executive summary. Is what you just showed aligned with this, or does this need some updates?
No, Paul. So when we put together Mayor, when we put together the agenda, we didn't have the changes from the council. So the executive summary goes back to 2 workshops previously when we put together the executive summary. One of the conversations you and the mayor and I had about a breakdown of where these items are, and now the change is a result of those handful of changes. So roughly there's about $80,000 change in the overall budget. And so another thing that we'll end up doing, just going back to Ms. Marion's comment, is we'll update the executive summary and add that on the website as well, just so people can see that breakdown.
Okay, thank you. I also noticed in the capital improvements list that there's still some items in utilities that according to my conversation with Mr. Belay, it should no longer be on there. And there's a couple of $500,000 and a couple of $200,000 numbers that should all come out.
Mayor, that's correct. That's on that summary list, and those are all, we'll update that whole sheet so it can be easily reviewed.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Mayor, I will add that someone just posted on our chat session, I think it's Meredith, put on there the link that I was referring to back to Miss Marion for the ClearGov. And we'll update that one as well, Mayor, afterwards, so that people can go into ClearGov and see that breakdown, because as you and I've talked about for a year, there is some value there for how people can go through ClearGov and look at the budget and the operations a little differently than just looking at our spreadsheets.
Thank you, MK. So shall Ms. Marion ask about the total reduction? I think you addressed that. It was what, 80,000?
Mayor, looking at the numbers there, I just got to make sure I'm doing the numbers correctly. I think it's 76,377.
Does that include what Paul Prince was just asking about a minute ago?
Yes. So the total change from removing some of the CIP items, which was already there, that change is roughly $1.3 million. So you'll see that in that summary. So where Mr. Prince was referring back to those projects on that list on the bottom, when we remove those, you'll see the capital projects for the year go from, I believe, 11.7 down to 10.4 plus or minus. So you'll see those numbers as well.
All right, anybody else? Yes, Paul Roberts. You're muted.
You're muted.
Still muted.
Still red. You're still muted. There you go.
Sorry. Josh, was Shoreline Ranch, did you remove it last night? Or is it been removed from this budget?
Sorry, I'm not muted. I was just messing with Paul.
I was thinking the same thing.
Yes, sir. So one of the things that Councilor Robbins pointed out was Shoreline Ranch, and so those items will be moved off as a developer road. But I do want to clarify some of those projects that the mayor mentioned yesterday in the workshop. Those street projects will all be brought up during the CIP bond discussion, which, as you heard, we're going to start that in January, and it'll go for potentially 3 or 4 months. So as that thoroughfare plan's being developed, you're going to see a difference. We're going to delineate between city-built roads and road improvements and developer road improvements, i.e. Shoreline Ranch.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I approve this. Thank you. That's all.
All right, anybody else? Yes, Christina.
I'm going to request that this not be voted on this time, just because ClearGov did not match the one that was on the website, that did not match the packet tonight. So can we just get one set of a budget that is accurate, thought through, and everything, and then the people can actually dive into that? Because right now there's so many conflicting statements of what this budget is, and it's confusing to the normal citizen.
All right. We'll consider that. So what efforts, Josh, what efforts would have to be taken to make those match up?
Well, Mayor, what we'll do is, as I said earlier, what we'll have is we'll update the final budget to go through and clarify those numbers. So this would be yesterday's meeting on the workshop was the 5th discussion of the budget, and today would be the 6th, where we've had some discussion, but we haven't had a significant change. So just like where Mr. Prince was talking about taking off those capital projects, that's something that we've known. And so when we remove those projects, it'll just take, a couple hours in moving documents. So I don't know what the ClearGov number is right now, Mayor. They should match up, but I'll just have to flip through it and look at what it is.
They've never really matched up.
Well, Mayor, let me clarify this. When I did the budget message and I delivered to the council, ClearGov was spot on. So they definitely have matched up perfectly because we reviewed that and we actually worked from ClearGov then. So we definitely can't say they've never matched up. Facts are they were there until we've made changes to the budget. The problem is, as you're moving through the process, if you're not making the amendments, then you don't know what you're voting on. And council doesn't vote on individual items. They only vote at the end. So you can't make a change just because one counselor says make it and the other doesn't until the council votes on it. So, and I think that goes back to what Ms. Marion's saying. Right now, there's no way they're going to match up because we haven't made those changes until council votes. Yesterday at the workshop, Mayor, you clarified the fact that you weren't taking a vote on an item, you were given direction. And then when you vote, you'll make that direction.
Yeah. Okay. And right now we have no other, this is the final scheduled hearing on the budget. So if we don't take action tonight, that would require a special called meeting for some time next week.
We should have a live document that is accurate and true before the people.
Point of order.
Sorry.
All right, so Diane,
You're muted. There you go.
Is that better?
Eric.
Thank you. I have a question, not about the budget, but about something that was brought up during this conversation with regard to Shoreline Ranch. Because I'm puzzled here. If Shoreline Ranch is moved to a developer road, there's been no developer, as far as I know, since like 2005. And Shoreline Ranch is mowed, I presume, by the city, but maybe I'm wrong, so please correct me, because it was just recently mowed. It's mowed like once a year. And if Shoreline Ranch is a developer road, what does that make Lakeshore Boulevard? Because I'm like on Lakeshore Boulevard, which is perpendicular to Shoreline Ranch, but I'm like the only person that's apparently in the city. So does that make Lakeshore Boulevard a developer, not sure what that means, road as well?
Mayor, so on those streets, how it works out is when it's the difference between a city street and a developer street is if the street has been dedicated to the city, therefore it's a city street. If it's not being dedicated to the city, then you would classify it as a private road or a developer road, however you want to look at it. What we were using the phrase developer for, we were saying it's the developer's responsibility, i.e. not a city road. Looks like the main entrance of Shoreline is maintained by the POA, which may actually be someone on here that would maintain it. And then we could have a maintenance agreement on one of those roads. I'm not sure what we have active on those streets, Mayor.
Frank.
The shoreline that got removed was titled Shoreline, I believe. But that was a proposed road that was in a conceptual idea that was presented to the council, but it never got into the approval process. And so I think it's a misnomer to call that what was earlier a proposed road, Shoreline. It would have had to been a different name, I think. But
Okay. Oh, so maybe, are we talking about a Shoreline road, name as opposed to Shoreline Ranch?
no,
Is that two different?
The capital item that I asked to be removed and was removed, it's not the existing road.
Yes.
It's not the,
How do we differentiate? How is it differentiated?
the road that was shown in the capital improvement plan that was removed was a proposed road.
Based on the subdivision.
A completely new road.
Okay.
Yeah, two separate roads. One's existing, one does not exist. It was proposed. The proposed one is the one that was removed.
And Josh, there actually is an agreement with the developers on the front part of Shoreline for the maintenance of that median. Hope you can find it.
I'd just like to add one bit of clarification. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Diane, there was what I believe Frank is referring to is there was a proposed extension of Lakeshore all the way to Lomans, which would have gone by the high school, and that was originally put forth in a proposal to the council some time ago, and that was removed along with Shoreline. Is that summation accurate, Mr. Councilman Robbins?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Paul Prince.
Just a short comment in support of what Christina Lucero was saying, that I've actually found it very difficult to navigate through ClearGov and figuring out what's going on with the budget, which may just be me, although I think I'm a reasonably computer savvy guy. So I've been working off the PDF document that's been out there for a long time and then tracking it through the meetings. I would find it very helpful if we could get an updated online document PDF version that is available for citizen review before the vote happens.
You know, you're talking about like the entire budget book, like the one where the initial.
Well, I don't know. I'm sorry. I mean, it could be the entire budget book. That's where I've spent most of my time studying it. If it's more practical to do things in a spreadsheet format, I don't know. But I just, frankly, I have not found using ClearGov to clear up any questions for me.
So, Josh, along those lines, the budget book that we started with on July 30th that we've all been working off of, that is as a result of what's entered into ClearGov. How readily adaptable, if we've got everything updated in ClearGov, how difficult is it to reproduce that budget book to an updated final version?
Mayor, I'm looking right now on ClearGov. So the all funds, let me see if I can clarify where I'm at. So the funds that we're showing is 38,462. Yeah, it's $80,000 off the ClearGov version. So the capital projects, I'm looking at all funds on ClearGov right now on the page. Let's see, utilities 9325, it's correct. Park fund 589998. Golf course 1235 is correct. Aviation 267 is correct. Debt service 2696 is correct. It looks like the only thing that's off is general fund. And let's see where that number is off. Yeah, 61,000 is the only number that is off for the total. So I just got to find that one, but I'm looking at every individual line item, Mayor, and they're all on the ClearGov website right now. They all match. They match the document that I just presented to council.
Okay. Yes, Dick.
Mr. Mayor, we've been working on this document for months. There's been more than ample time for everybody to look at it. I admit there's been some confusion, and I wasn't particularly hot on ClearGov. It caused me quite a bit of grief initially starting, but after focusing on it for about 3 weeks, I finally got to where I could get most of the information I needed. At this point, we have discussed the budget, and I do not see that there is any advantage in postponing a vote on this because I don't think it's going to change anything. We have discussed where we can cut, what we think we need to cut, what's a reasonable rate, what we expect for revenues, what we expect for expenses, what we want to do on the CIP, and I do not see any of that changing, putting this off until next week while everybody else has a chance to look at something. I just really don't see the advantage or the need to put it off.
Okay. Yeah, in previous years, we didn't have the ClearGov. So every time we would have one of these budget workshops or budget discussions, we were getting, printouts and having to go through and compare all those printouts. And I have found the ClearGov to be less confusing than the paper products that we had in the past. Yeah.
Once you got used to it.
And Mayor, I'm looking at it. It only turns out to be a $3,000 difference here in these numbers: 38,459 versus 38,462.
So about 7,000. Was it 65 or 65 or 69?
The number I'm showing online is 459, and our number here is 462. So it's 3,000.
And what are you comparing, Josh?
I'm comparing the sheet that was updated with the council that I was just showing just a few minutes ago, which shows the numbers from yesterday's workshop with the numbers on the ClearGov page. Let me see if I can share that with you so you can see it.
But that didn't include the budget that was on the website or the packet either, that are all different numbers too?
Well, there's not a budget in the packet. There's that executive summary from before.
July 30th.
Correct. Yeah, you're correct on that. Yes, ma'am. So here's that number on ClearGov. That just shows you those fund breakdowns, Mayor. So that's you'll see that number's there. Yeah, I know what you're saying now. And that's what I'm saying. You don't change the budget message and the budget from the manager. So you're trying to update it if actions are taken. But in this year's budget, without voting individually on white papers, you don't have those changes. So you can't make it until you get a vote by council. So even now, if you were changing something else, you're not effectively changing the budget until you get a vote. I get it. I know what you're saying now. I understand that point.
And then now the 1.5 million off the CIP. I mean, these are just big changes on the budget, and the people aren't getting the chance to have the full story before you guys vote on it. The conflicting budgets and the 1.5 that Paul was talking about, that he talked with Eric and is getting it off the CIP. It's just not a complete statement.
Those changes, have those been reflected on the ClearGov site already, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. They just don't compare to the initial budget message from July 30th, and they never will, because your initial budget message is your starting point, and it'll always be different from whatever it is going forward. The only other thing would be to print out something every single time, but like Josh said, unless the, something's been actually approved.
Just have the website have an uploaded copy of it.
Point of order.
I'm sorry, say that again, Christina?
Just having a copy from the ClearGov uploaded to the website. Everyone's used to going to the website. So, I mean, a lot of people are still going to go to the website for their information. And if there's all just conflicting, it's just not a full picture that people have to understand what you guys are voting on tonight. There's a lot of differences and errors. My point.
Yes, Paul.
Mr. Mayor, I think this question is probably more for Erin, our city attorney. Is she, or not she, but if the budget was voted on tonight in lieu of the discrepancy that Christina has brought to the council's attention, would there be any problem, any issue with the noticing of the meeting and the discrepancy that Christina's pointing out? I ask that only because if the city did vote on the budget in light of the discrepancy, the last thing we as a city need is to have an issue with the validity of the vote if there's a discrepancy between noticing and this. My assumption is that there is no discrepancy, but I think it prudent to just confirm with Erin.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, the requirement for notice of a public meeting and for this particular item is to provide enough information to the citizens of the topic of the discussion. The specific details that are included within the particular item are not in jeopardy if there is a difference between the document. The whole purpose of the notice is to put the public on, to give the public notice that this item will be discussed. So there would be no issue if you adopted a budget tonight.
Yeah. Okay. And the potential is always for it, even if say we had our meeting last week and brought forth the changes, and the changes were reflected in our packet. Going into tonight, we could have made several more changes and then turned right around and approved it right, tonight. And so those would not have been updated. Any changes we made tonight would not be updated on ClearGov or on the website or anything like that. So whatever's put into the packet is always, just a working document to start with. It's just a starting point. And the way the budget works is you start with your budget message, which was the July 30th, and you work from there. And so, yeah, I don't know that it's ever going to completely match up.
Until we vote on it.
Yep, until we vote on it. All right.
Mr. Mayor, are we at a point where we can make a motion?
I was just about to ask if there was any last comments. I see Dick's hand up.
This is a question for Erin. We have a Part A and a Part B on this particular number. Does that need to be two different motions, or can it be made as one?
Because the Part B is ratification of the 2021 budget, it would be better, Well, I think you could make the motion as one motion, but it might be easier or clearer for the documentation to show it as two.
All right.
Yeah, I would do it as two.
All right. Give it back to David.
All right, well, if we're at that point where we can either take no action and bring back the numbers for an additional meeting sometime between now and September 30th, or we can take action. It's up to council at this point.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve ordinance number 200-09-17-02, an ordinance of the city of Lago Vista, Texas, adopting a budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1 and ending September 30th. With the annual budget ordinance will provide the revenues and expenditures for fiscal year 2021 and ratify the tax rate will create the revenue stream for the adopted budget for 2021.
Okay, I think we were looking to do that as two separate.
Two separate?
Yeah. Just for clarification purposes.
Okay, so ordinance number 20-09-17-02.
For the annual budget ordinance.
Yes.
Second that motion.
All right, so I have the motion and I have second for Dick Weatherly. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right, the ordinance for the annual budget, providing revenues and expenditures for fiscal year 2021 is approved 6-1. Now, B.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion for the ratification of a portion of the FY 2021 budget reflecting an increase in property tax revenues.
All right, I have a motion
You
and
need
I
to
have,
read the ord-
I'm sorry.
you don't need, you need to read the ordinance number and say Part B? Or is it still a continuation?
It should, no, it's not an ordinance. It's simply
Yeah.
ratification.
All right. I second.
All right, so I got the motion and I got the second. Tim Collins. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right. The ratification of the portion of the FY 2021 budget reflecting increase in property tax revenue is approved 6-1. And we will go to number 7. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding ordinance number 20-09-17-03, an ordinance of the city of Lago Vista levying ad valorem taxes for use and support of the municipal government of the city for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020 and terminating September 30, 2021, providing for apportioning each levy for specific purposes and providing when taxes shall be due and when same shall become delinquent if not paid. City Council approved the tax rate reduction in August. New tax rate is set at $64.75 per 100. We had a public hearing earlier, and this ordinance provides for the tax rate. Is there any discussion on this? Everything's been approved, so this is pretty much just an administrative action. Do I have any questions or comments? All right, anybody from the audience with a question or comment? Yes, Darcy.
I wasn't to get to the numbers because I remember Frank saying at a couple of these budget meetings, wasn't to get to that 6.475, whatever it is. Wasn't it $120,000 or something like that that need to be taken out of the budget?
No.
No.
Nope, it was 27,000 something.
Okay.
A full
Mayor,
penny would have been about 110 roughly. So whatever 27 something times 4 quarters. All right. Anybody else? Okay, it's open for action. Number 7.
Mr. Mayor, make a motion that we approve ordinance number 20-09-17-03.
I second.
Wait. Are we doing this tax rate, Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
So for the tax rate, there's a very specific motion that has to be made.
What is it?
Okay.
So the motion has to state specifically, do you want me to email you? It says, someone is supposed to state, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate, and you have to give that number, which is effectively and you have to give the percentage of the proposed tax rate exceeds the no new revenue rate, that percentage increase. So there's a specific motion that has to be made for tax rate.
Yeah, let's see. Okay, hang on. Was this not 801 draft ordinance? Dun, dun, dun. All right, so that's not in our packet anywhere.
The actual motion's not in their tax, it is not in there.
Yeah, that is. Yeah, if you can provide me with that, then I'll make that motion.
Should be in your email. I just need, we'll need Josh to insert the numbers.
Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.6475.
That's
correct?
less than what our tax rate was. Isn't that decreasing?
It's
Right, not
not,
increasing.
no,
Yeah.
this is where it increases the amount of money that we're going to bring into the city. That it's very confusing, but that is the proper language. If you're going to go with what we advertised.
Okay. Go ahead, Ed.
Okay, so insert percentage by which the proposed tax rate exceeds the no new revenue. We got it set at the no new revenue tax rate. Is that correct? So it's 0%?
That's right.
Okay. All right. Dun, dun, dun. Make sure I get all my blanks. Okay. I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.6475 per 100, dun, 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 which is effectively a 0% increase in the tax rate. Senate Bill 1760 from 2015 provides that if the tax rate will exceed the no new revenue tax rate, the vote on the ordinance setting the tax rate must be a record vote and must be approved by at least 60% of the members of the city council. Okay, so
Mr. Mayor,
we did not, yes, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. Before we move, I know you're in the middle of making your motion, so I apologize. The budget ordinance called for a roll call vote. I want to make sure we have that, and you have to do the budget before you do your tax rate procedurally by law. So I want to make sure that we take care of that issue first.
Which one was that?
The budget, adoption of the budget ordinance is supposed to be by roll call vote.
I know, but is that the one we just did?
Yes.
6A.
6A?
Right. So
Okay.
do we have, so we have the ability to mark roll call vote?
Do I have to go back and do it? I know it was 6-1 with Don Bartholow being the only nay, so I could do, is that sufficient?
I think it would be better for the record to have everyone state for the record their vote. I know it was 6-1. I just don't want to create any opportunity for issues.
Okay, so do we need to restate the motion and the second, or can I just redo the vote?
I would restate the motion and the second. Call the item, recall the item, state the motion and the second, and then have people go through the roll call vote.
Okay, so I am bringing up I'm going back to 6A. I'm reading in discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding ordinance number 2009-17-02, an ordinance of the city of Lago Vista, Texas, adopting a budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020 and ending September 30, 2021, appropriating the various amounts thereof and repealing all ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict therewith and providing for an effective date. The annual budget ordinance will provide the revenues and expenditures for the fiscal year 2021.
Okay.
So who made my motion?
I made that motion. I made that motion.
All right, so I need you to make the motion again, and then whoever seconded it, if you
I make a
agree.
motion to approve ordinance number 20-09-17-02, an ordinance of the city of Lago Vista, Texas, adopting a budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2020 and ending September 30th, 2021.
And I second the motion.
All right, so I've got motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Do you have to read in A?
No.
No, that's a separate.
Separate
No,
deal.
I read it in at the beginning, so.
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
So
place
roll call, aye.
Place 1, okay. Place 2,
Nay.
okay. Place 3,
Aye.
place 4,
Aye.
place 5,
Aye.
place 6,
Aye.
and I vote aye as well. Record vote, ordinance passes 6-1. All right, so now we can go to number 7. And let me bring up my email again. Okay. So I didn't see the quotation marks here, but I'll just note Senate Bill 1760 provides that if the tax rate will exceed the no new revenue tax rate, the vote on the ordinance setting the tax rate must be a record vote and must be approved by at least 60% of the members of the city council. So I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of 0.6475 per 100, which is effectively a 0% increase in the tax rate.
I second.
All right, I have a second by Mr. Weatherly. And Aaron, since this is 0, it doesn't have to be a record vote. Is that correct? That's the way I understood that sentence.
It's recommended that we take a record vote on it. Always
Okay.
on your budget and your tax rate.
Okay. Place 1. Oh, is there any further discussion?
No.
No. All right. Place 1.
Aye.
Place 2.
Nay.
Place 3.
Aye.
Place 4.
Aye.
Place 5,
Aye.
place 6,
Aye.
and I vote aye. Tax rate is approved 6-1. All right. Go to 8 now. Aaron, are we all good now?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you. I will make a note to make sure the proper wording is in it next year. All right, number 8, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding ordinance number 2009-1704, an ordinance by the City Council of Lago Vista, Texas, amending Appendix A fee schedule by repealing and replacing Article 5 subdivision fees, Article 6 utility-related fees, and Article 10 parks and recreation fees, Section 10.200 golf course fees, and providing an effective date, repealer, severability, proper notice, and open meetings clause. So this ordinance does not substantively change any fees or rates for the last fee or rate that was adopted by council. The ordinance corrects Article 5.000 subdivision fees, Article 6.000 utility related fees, and Section 10.200 golf course fees that were inadvertently modified due to the version of the base ordinance used for the amendments. The discrepancy was discovered during the process of updating the Muni Code version of the City Code of Ordinance found on our website. Updates to Muni Code are currently underway and will include all ordinances adopted since the last update. All right, so this, again, we're not making any changes to our fee schedule. As Josh had mentioned earlier, that is coming up on a future agenda item. However, this action tonight does not change any of our fees. It's just an administrative action because of some discrepancies created by Muni Code.
Mayor, I was going to add exactly that. So no matter what the action is taken by council here, we still want to bring back the fee schedule for council to look at compositively so that we can hopefully by the end of October have the fee schedule updated, because our goal is to update the fee schedule as few times as possible throughout the year, as you've recommended previously. And so we want to handle this action first, and then we'll move right into the fee schedule in its entirety and have a good discussion with council and citizens so that we can make any kind of recommendations back for those items.
Yes, thank you. Questions, comments from council?
Good.
Was that a no, David, or did you have something?
I'm good.
Okay. All right, anybody from the audience? All right, no comments. I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt ordinance number 20-09-17-04, an ordinance of the City Council of Lago Vista, Texas, amending Appendix A fee schedule and by repealing and replacing Article 5.000 subdivision fees, Article 6.000 utility related fees, and Article 10.000 parks and recreation fees, Section 10.200 golf course fees, and providing an effective date, repeal or severability, proper notice, and open meetings clause.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second by Arch Davila. Any further comments? All right, all those in favor
I'd like to
say
make
aye.
one comment.
I'm sorry, Don?
I'd like to make one comment.
Yes.
Say that I think we need further discussion when we get to golf. Obviously, you just said that's going to happen, but I also feel that's important to note that all members of the golf course that currently sit on the city council should be recusing themselves on golf-related votes and discussions.
All right.
For the
Mr.
record.
Mayor, we had an opportunity to discuss that, and Mr. Councilor Bartholow did not comment prior to the reading of the motion.
All right. All those in favor, I've got my second and a motion, my motion and a second. Get that correct. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right. Motion carries 6-1. All right, we are on number 9. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding resolution number 20-1852, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, adopting the fiscal and budgetary policy for fiscal year 2021. This item was presented to council for discussion and consideration. This is the second hearing on this item. Council discussed this item at the September 3rd, 2020 council meeting. Policy was last updated in October 2019 for FY20 and should be updated annually. One comment was received on this item. Councilor Robbins recommended changing the procurement policy limit to match the limits designated by state law. If this change or any other changes are made, those items will need to be specifically stated by the councilor in your motion. All right, I wanted to bring up something. Number 9. All right, while I'm bringing up my document here, Frank, if you would like to address your change in the policy.
Well, I think it's stated pretty correctly. It just changed 40,000 to 50,000, make it consistent with the state law number.
Okay, and that's, I was trying to look. Gosh, trying to find out what page it was on. I didn't make a note of the page number, I'm sorry.
Used to be 86.
86, okay, let me go there.
There that is, that's under expenditure policies, B, purchasing.
Okay. All right. So the purchase of not include. All right, so this includes the purchase of items and all contracts and emergency purchases, all 3 of them, to be in line with the state at 50,000.
Yes, sir, that's what I suggested.
Well, does it say 40 in there, or this, it says 40, but we want to change it to 50?
It's
Yes.
set, yes.
We have not, okay, we have not made that change.
No, we have not. That was just a suggestion at the last meeting, but it has not been physically updated. If we do make that change, it will have to be stated, and then this document will be updated.
We can do that now.
Is there any other comments, changes that anybody's looking at?
No.
No. Anybody from the audience would like to make comments on? All right. Well, at this time, if there are no more comments, then yes, it is open for action for how to entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes.
Move that we approve resolution number 20-1852 with the following amendment, that in section 4 expenditure policies B, where in B purchasing it states 40,000, that number be changed to 50,000.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. And that's for all 3 of those, right? For
Yes, sir.
purchase. Okay, purchases. Okay, contracts and emergency purchases. All right, and who seconded?
I did. Dick?
All right. I have the motion and the second. Any further discussion?
I have one thing I'd like to get out there.
Yes.
I think that the reason to have the difference between the $40,000 for council approval and the $50,000 for state bidding requirements is to give us a cushion to be able to understand or have a chance to correct something before it gets to a state violation. And so I would like to keep those numbers where they are. So I'll be voting nay, but I'm sure you guys are going to do what you're going to do. So that's all I got.
All right. I'm thinking. I realize that the state sets theirs at 50,000, and we're looking at making it more in line with what the state is. I think I'm with Dawn on this one. I like keeping it at 40,000 at the city level. So that's my opinion. Any further comments? All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those
Aye.
opposed? Okay. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
And nay for me. Motion carries 5-2. All right. You're on number 10. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding resolution number 20-1853.
4 hours in.
Resolution, I'm sorry. All right. Number 10, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding resolution number 20-1853, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, adopting an investment policy in compliance with the Public Funds Investment Act. This was also presented to us. This is our second reading. Public Funds Investment Act stipulates the City Council is to review the investment policy annually during the consideration of the annual budget or after the annual budget adoption. The policy was last updated last October. And note that the policy is defined with 4 primary objectives: safety, liquidity, public trust, yield. There was no comments from the last hearing. Do I have any comments on this this time? All right, anything from council? Hold on, Paul. All right, nothing from council. Go ahead, Paul Roberts.
Capital preservation, sir. That's it. Regarding investment of city funds, any type of holding vehicle for city money should be focused on capital preservation. That's it.
All right,
thank you.
We can't really invest in anything with longer than a 2-year timeline. And it has to be quote unquote safe.
Any kind of
Okay.
may I be recognized?
Yes, Paul.
To Tim's point, it's an excellent point. Anything less than 2 years, here recently, if you do have a drastic downturn in the economy, when, for example, municipal bonds, they were priced, they dropped about 30% in value in value back in March, but the government came in and basically backstopped everything that was municipal bond short-term debt out to 2 years. And that's so pursuant to Tim's point, nothing more than 2 years. That's why, is because your safest debt is always less than 2 years. So capital preservation, and you can still chase some yield so long as it doesn't go beyond 2 years. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? All right, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, go ahead, Dick.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we adopt resolution number 20-1853.
I will second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. All right, number 11. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding resolution number 20-1854, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, adopting a credit card policy. Former City Auditor Neffendorf and Knopp, PC, recommended in February 2020 audit letter that the city adopt a policy and procedure for the city issued credit cards. The draft policy will provide written guidance on the use of city issued credit cards, including eligibility and the process for requesting a card, duties and responsibilities of card holders, and a list of restrictions and exemptions. And I think this is very good. Can I give this to my wife?
They won't let us have it.
I'm not sure she's eligible. I need to review this with her. Yes, Josh, go ahead.
Mayor, one of the things that people will typically ask is how come this came up last year and why do we not have a policy? Previously, we've not had city issued credit cards. The credit cards were all checked out through finance department. We had 2 credit cards and those were checked out credit cards. So whenever someone was traveling or if they had an expense that they needed to purchase with a card that we may not have a business account with, then they would check out that card and go there. What we implemented last year, and then Neffendorf and Knopp came back and said, was to have, I think we have 5 total department cards, and that includes a card for city council. That's 1 card for the entire city council. Those cards are limited to the purchasing policy and have limits below $5,000 so that no one could exceed that. But as you said, it's great to have a policy that provides that guideline.
Thank you. Questions, comments, council?
Nope.
All right.
Idea.
David?
I think it's a good idea to have a policy.
All right. Audience. All right. This time I entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt resolution number 20-1854, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, adopting a credit card policy.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. The resolution is approved unanimous. All right, number 12, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding submitting the official ballot to elect places 1 through 4 of the Board of Trustees for the Texas Municipal League Intergovernmental Risk Pool. This was brought to us last meeting. At the time, I postponed this because I personally had to do more research on the candidates, and it was asked that council members forward their recommendation between then and now so that I can compile them. And I have done so. And here are the results. For place 1, there was only 1 candidate, Robert T. Herrera. He was a unanimous choice for place 1. For place 2, the recommendation was for John W. Buzz Fullen. For place 3, it was George Hyde. And for place 4, it was Kimberly Meismer. Questions, comments? All right. Aaron, I can go ahead and approve all 4 of these in one motion, can I not?
Sorry.
It's just,
There, for any of the places that are contested, it's better to have a separate vote on each, just in case your fellow council members want to have someone else. If there's a clear nomination and everybody's behind it, it's easier, but it's definitely recommended to do them separate.
Okay, I'll do that. All right, so place 1, it was just the one, Robert T. Herrera. I make a motion that we, how's this worded?
Should submit his name.
Okay.
That we nominate that person.
Discussion and public recordings. Okay. All right. So I make a motion that we nominate Robert Herrera for place 1.
I will second.
All right. I have a second by Tim Collins. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay.
Aye.
All right, hearing none, the nomination for Robert Herrera is approved. Place 2, I make the motion that we nominate John W. Buzz Fullen for place 2.
Second.
I will second.
Okay, I got the second from Dave Williams. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, hearing none, the nomination for John Buzz Fullen is passed. Number 3. I make the motion, I motion that we nominate George Hyde for place 3, TML IRP.
Second.
I will second.
And I have a second from Dick Weatherly. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the nomination for George Hyde is approved. And place 4. I make the motion that we nominate Kimberly Meismer for place 4, TML IRP.
Second.
Second.
I got the second from Dave Williams. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, hearing none, the motion for the nomination for Kimberly Meismer, place 4, has been approved. All right. Thank you all. Number 12. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding submitting the official ballot to elect places. Whoop, no, I'm sorry.
Number 13.
That's what I just did. All right. Number 13, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the purchase of real property from Preston Jackman for property located at 20605. We have not heard back. We haven't reached a position with Preston Jackman to proceed on this. So I make the motion that we postpone this until we get further correspondence from Preston Jackman.
Second.
I second.
Second.
All right, I have the, I'm sorry, I missed my second. Who was that?
I think Frank first.
I got the,
All of it.
I saw Frank's hand go up first, so I'm going to say Frank was the one that seconded. All right, so I have the motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, hearing none, it is postponed until we hear from Mr. Jackman. All right. my, number 14. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding a change order request to replace broken plant components for the wastewater treatment plant project. All right. The city awarded the wastewater project in the summer of 2019, awarded to Mattis Construction for $2,736,550.00 million. Proposed improvements consist of installing an additional wastewater clarifier, chlorine contact chamber, effluent chamber, associated piping, electrical motors, and etc. During the construction of the new components, the city had to empty 2 containment areas called the digester and aeration basin. After the submerged components were exposed, it was observed that many of the submerged aeration components were severely rusted to the point that some were disfigured. Staff has asked the contractor for a quote to make repairs and replacement of these components while the tank is temporarily drained. The contractor's cost to make these repairs were quoted at $66,520, and they requested an additional 60 days added to the contract. Per the current contract, the project is scheduled to be complete October 8th of this year. The Texas local code prohibits increases over 20% of the contract. However, this amount is well below that limit. Funding, city has available funding to cover the change of order. However, that will be deducted from other plant maintenance and improvement components, which are not part of this contract. Council diverted necessary funding from the 2017 CO completed project to this one. The city has additional future obligations. We are estimated at approximately $450,000 to include SCADA, electrical site work, redesign for VE, site lighting, driveway paving construction, mechanical screen, and material expenses. Thus, the funding is proposed to be withdrawn from those project components to make these repairs. Staff recommends that the change order to replace the broken plant be approved and the project balance funding to cover the cost. All right. Eric, is there anything you would like to add to summary?
Nothing very substantial, Mayor. I think Josh had some pictures. I don't know if Joshua, you were able to show any of those pictures. So basically, when this plant was built, they used some metal inside this chambers, and they have just been eaten through. There's half of them have just disappeared. Unfortunately, they're supposed to use either stainless steel or hot dip galvanized materials, but looks like that. I'm not sure exactly what they use, but half of it has disappeared, and we just need to replace those members those supporting members that hold on to what we basically it's an oxygen that brings in oxygen into these contact chambers.
Do we know how old those are?
Whenever the plant was built, and I want to say in the 90s, I'm not quite sure. I don't quite remember, to be honest.
Wow, so those have probably never been changed in
you typically do not change those, and they're meant to last for a long time. It just didn't happen on this time around. It just so happened that we emptied these tanks and we realized what had happened.
All right. Questions, comments from council?
I have a question.
Yes.
You hear me? Who's the contractor on this, and what was the change order request amount?
Mattis, Matus, however you pronounce
okay,
it. And the request amount $66,520. Copy.
So that change order exceeds $50,000. How long has this project been underway?
Okay, the project was approved in the summer of 2019 $2,736,550. Texas local code prohibits increases over 20%. This amount is below that. So this is different than the 50,000. The different process.
Do we have other options?
If the project is, if we deny this, the project will not be constructed. Staff will look at other contractors to do the work. It is something beyond in-house capabilities.
This is pretty much the first time we've heard of this, right?
Just the change order, yes.
Right. But the substantial change order, I'd like to push this one back to the next meeting so we could do a little research. Would be my suggestion.
Mayor, I'll add on this one, and so you'll see that in the, I mean, you've reread the staff summary almost completely again. You'll see that this is emergency repair. And so the thing is here, when you've got the active contractor on site, when you bring the water level down to do the repair, the reason that you've got the emergency repair with the contractor on site is so that you don't have to bring that down a second time. And that's almost that definition of what a emergency repair is for your water and wastewater utilities. That's the only reason that we've requested that council consider this at this agenda item. I can't tell you what the estimates would be if we let these guys finish and then bring in another contractor to take it down. If that's what you choose to do, then obviously we'll do that.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Tim.
I think we can take action on this evening.
Okay. Any other comments? Yes, Dick.
One thing I would be pretty sure of, if we have to get our contractor currently to finish his work, fill that pond back up, take all of his equipment and people out of there, then we have to have another contractor bring all of his people and equipment in there, drain that pond again. It's going to be a lot more expensive than just having the guy that's there do it.
Eric, are both of these in the same tank, or are they in one in each tank?
No, they're two different set of tanks. One is the aeration basin, and the second one is a digester. So one has cleaner, dirty water than the other one does. So they're both dirty. But typically it takes about a month to bring the level down to where it is, and it puts a big stress on our compressor, which compresses all the sludge out. So it's a long process to bring the level down to where it's at now. And that's one of the reasons why the request to extend the contract to 2 months. So once they make the repairs to this one, then we have to fill it back up and slowly drain the other tank, which takes about another month.
All right. And so they're currently lowered?
Yes, sir. One of the tanks, and you can never lower them. It would be very difficult to empty them. They're lowered down to about a 3 or 4 foot level. So what contractor will need to do is he'd have to go in there and build basically a berm around these areas where he's going to work and just empty those areas, but still pretty much have an empty spot inside a large tank that is with 3 or 4 feet of sludge on it.
Okay. So they'll clear out a spot. They don't use divers for this?
I'm not sure anybody would want to put their face in this type of water. I don't care how much they're covered.
Okay.
They just build a coffin dam, right? More or less.
Ron, I see you have an open mic. Do you have anything to add?
Who's
Ron
that?
Smith? I see Ron Smith has his mic on. I'd love to hear his opinion.
Yeah, well, when I get to the audience, I'll call on it. Anybody, anything else from council? Okay. Well, at this time, Ron, would you like to address the council on this?
Sure. I'm really not surprised you have this problem with the age of the sewer plant. What I take exception with is using the 2017 certificate of obligation bond money to pay for it. This needs to be done, but it needs to be done under maintenance. When that bond was passed, it was passed under the intention of adding a second clarifier, not fixing an existing clarifier. So now you're going to be mixing capital and maintenance together, and you shouldn't do that because that money was targeted for the new clarifier. I have no problem with using maintenance money to go fix this with. Probably needs to be done. I'm just worried about the accounting of it, because if you're going to start commingling maintenance and capital monies together, I probably won't believe any future bond money that's going to be used, because you'll say it's used for one thing and then you'll find the secondary use that's not capital and use it over there. So it's really it's an accounting issue, but just take it out of maintenance when you do it. Don't take it out of the CO.
Okay. And thank you, because I did have a question on that too, because I know our 2017 CO bonds were earmarked for specific projects. So how does...
What would you do if you didn't have a new clarifier going in? How would you fix it?
Yeah. So my question, Josh, is the 2017 CO funds, they were earmarked for certain projects. How does using, making this change order, how does it affect those 2017 CO bond dollars? And to address Ron's question, what would it do to put this under maintenance if
So Mayor, so you've talked about in the 2017, so during 16, when you were planning for that, the discussions were there, and then council did approve the language that specified the projects. One of the line items on there that we've looked at a few times is wastewater treatment plant improvements. So that's the actual line item that's on that 2017 bond, are wastewater treatment plant improvements. This is obviously a treatment plant improvement. If you prefer to spend it out of a reserve or out of a maintenance dollar line item, the fact is it needs to be fixed. I would just disagree that this does not fall within that item. I would welcome the opportunity to say, is this a regular standard maintenance item? I would look at maintenance item as something that can be dealt with in a different manner, not by lowering the water levels. But I do understand that, based on Eric's comment, that rusting and deterioration, that could be seen as a maintenance item, like Ron's stating. So either way, Mayor, we can make it work. I just think that the language of that bond allows for the plant improvements.
Okay, so the hold on a second, Ron. So the additional, the SCADA, electrical, all the additional future obligations that are estimated at 450, are they part of that 2017 project as well?
Yes, sir. So these are all items that are tied into that overall wastewater treatment plant improvements.
Okay. So it's not really bringing down the money set aside for wastewater treatment plant. It's just going to affect one of the other pieces of that item.
Correct. Yeah, Mayor, and one of the things you'll see is, I think Kevin Sullivan pointed this out before, the longer you wait on these projects anyway, those numbers are going to, they're going to deteriorate. They're not going to be enough to provide for those improvements. So anything we do now is going to magnify the shortfall that we're going to have in the future. We could get lucky and something could come in under budget, but heck, that doesn't happen on these projects.
Okay, thank you. Ron, did you have something else?
Let me remind you, all we were doing was adding a second clarifier for redundancy. It's not a function of the CO to fix every sin that's with the existing sewer plant. We were merely adding a second clarifier. How do I know that you're not going to go through some more discovery? The point being is the bonds were left for the purpose of adding something new, not fixing an existing thing sitting adjacent to it. That's my point. And so I probably won't believe any future bond issues you guys come up with unless you start adhering to the covenants of the bond. Somebody must have relabeled it wastewater treatment plant number improvements. When we did the bond, we specifically talked about the second clarifier. That was the project.
Okay.
Mayor, you'll see on the screen, and we've looked at this, as I said, multiple times over the last 3 years. This is the ordinance that the council then approved. No changes on it. This is the item that was blessed by our bond attorney and our team. You see that 171673, and this is the attachment that went with it. Like I said, you probably discussed multiple individual projects, and I agree with that. I'm just going by exactly what that ordinance lays out.
Okay, and that's under number 1, city wastewater treatment plant improvements.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying, Mayor. I don't disagree with the fact of the clarifier being the add. It's definitely there. We've gone through these multiple ways to go over this over and over again.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Dick.
Josh, if we don't take the money from this, this is going to have to be done. It's not a question of does it need to be done. It's going to have to be done. We have the money in utility reserves, do we not?
Yeah, Mayor, that's correct. So kind of going back to what Ron was saying, you've got the money in reserves. Theoretically, if we go back and look at it, you would have money in the operational budget for the year just the same. So what I would say is if council moves forward by not allocating the bond funds in the staff summary and says, let's do it from reserve, then we'll spend it out of the operational budget. And if it were to come over, then that would be a change that would be out of the reserve. So I think, Mayor, you've got two options. As long as we all accept the fact that it's a needed repair, you have flexibility to make it out of the pot that you need to. And going back to what Ron's saying, you're going to need those dollars from the bond to do the other projects anyway. So either way, you're going to need to use those dollars on those improvements. So yes, Mayor Pro Tem, you can spend it out of wherever.
Yeah. And so along with those lines that Ron brought up, looking at number 1 on that sheet and the ordinance that Josh had, or on the ordinance that Josh shared with us, it does clearly state that it's wastewater treatment plant improvements, not repairs. So I would tend to agree that replacing these items is not part of an improvement, but it is an emergency repair. And I would say it would be funded out of a different fund than the 2017 bonds. Diane, did you have something?
You're muted.
Am I back? Back. I was just going to say that I agree with Ron, because if following the logic as Josh presented, that it could go under improvements, would be that if we had for maintenance repairs, we wouldn't need a category in our budgets for repairs and maintenance. if they were all, I mean, definitely a repair of something that's existing is an improvement, but it's in the special category of maintenance and repairs. So, I mean, there's a reason for the differentiation in budgeting. And I just agree with the commingling aspect of things. Bond improvements are improving the situation, not improving by maintenance. That's a different category.
All right. Thank you. Council, any more questions, comments? Anybody else from the audience? All right, well, if that's everything, then I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make
Yes.
a motion that we approve the change order request in the amount of $66,520, and that the money be taken from the operational budget of the utilities.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second by Tim Collins. Any further discussion? And Josh has his hand up.
Yes, sir, Mayor. I would request that the Mayor Pro Tem amend his motion to include the request for 60 additional days to the contract.
I will include that amendment to increase the contract for an additional 60 days.
I'll second.
All right. So I have motion and a second. Any further comments? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right. The change order is approved 6-1. And thank you, Ron, for your insight there. All right, we've done 15. We're at 16. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding nominees for the Travis County Central Appraisal District and the CapCog 2021 Executive Committee. All right, so I got this stuff in the mail the other day. Get out my information here. All right, nominations are open for both the TCAD Board of Directors and the CapCog Executive Committee. Tonight, we need to determine whether we would like to nominate someone for the TCAD Board of Directors, and if there's any interest in anyone serving on the CapCog Executive Committee. If we want to nominate somebody to be with TCAD, then we will have to bring forth a resolution at the next council meeting nominating someone. No support is needed for CapCog. CapCog is basically an application, so if there's anybody that's interested, just let me know, and I can get you that application. Again, if we do have a nomination, then we'll have to draft a resolution. So any questions, comments, thoughts on these boards? Yes, Dick.
Looking on there, now you're on both of those, are you not?
I am the representative to the General Assembly for CapCog, and we meet twice a year. And I can vote on certain things, but I don't have any executive powers. This would be to be on the executive committee. And it requires, I believe it requires the fourth Wednesday of every month, I believe is this one. Second Wednesday of every month, and you can't miss more than 4.
Do you want to be on that board?
Well, I considered it. you know, I would kind of like to be on it, but I honestly I just don't know that my schedule allows me to take on another commitment. I know it's only 12 times in the year, but
12
don't
days
know.
out of your life.
I don't know. And again, this is the one that's the application. It's not due. Well, it's due September 25th. I have a little time to think about it. So does anybody else if they're interested. I don't know. I would kind of like to, you know, I don't know what our chances of getting on the executive committee is for CapCog, but at some point it would be nice if we had somebody on there. One of the biggest things that we do is we send a lot of money to CapCog for our 911 services, and they coordinate that for all the surrounding areas. And I would just like some more internal input into CapCog regarding our dispatching 911 services. But that's a thought. Anybody else?
No. You want to know any thought about TCAD at all?
Right now we have Tom Buckle, and he has been doing it for quite some time now. I can't remember what Tom's position is. I think he's if I'm not mistaken, isn't he a lawyer? And he's done a lot of work with Jonestown.
He is an attorney.
But he has been our TCAD representative for some time now. But I brought this forward just in case if somebody actually wants to be, you know, on the appraisal district. Let's see what it says. To be eligible to serve on the board of directors, an individual must be a resident of Travis County and must have resided in the district for at least 2 years immediately preceding the date he or she takes office. So it doesn't have to be an elected official. This could be anybody in the audience. We could nominate Darcy Fisher to be our TCAD appraisal district representative. No?
I'll second.
Okay. Anyway, it says here, an elected official may be a member of the board. However, an employee of a taxing jurisdiction may not be a member unless they are also elected. So Josh, Aaron, I believe y'all are out. So this is due October 15th of 2020. So if there's anybody out, y'all want to discuss this with friends, neighbors, anybody that's really big into your property tax appraisals and stuff, we've got time. We will have October 1st and the 15th on or before the 15th. So and we've got 2 council meetings still to come for this appraisal district resolution. So ask around and see if there's anybody that's interested in serving. Again, so it says the chief appraiser honored on November 2nd, chief appraiser will prepare a ballot listing all the candidates. So, you know, Jonestown could nominate Tom Buckle again. We could nominate somebody. Point Venture could nominate somebody. And then the ballots go to the presiding officer of the governing body of each city and school district. And that ballot is must be returned to the chief appraiser by December 2nd. So once all the nominations are in, it's brought back to us and we vote on it. Questions, comments? All right. And I'll let y'all know about CapCog between now and next week. But if anybody else is interested, let's see. Let me make some clarifications real quick. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, to be CapCog, it says you got to be the designated representative. So I guess at this time, it may be the only one that I am the only one currently eligible, I guess, for CapCog, unless somebody else wants to take over as the General Assembly representative. Anyway, that kind of makes CapCog a little clearer. All right. Consent agenda. All matters listed under consent agenda are to be considered routine. Wait, where am I at? Oh, yeah. Considered routine by the city council and be enacted by one motion. There will not be separate discussion on these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Number 17, approval of the following council meeting minutes. August 12th, 2020, special called meeting minutes, and August 2022 special called meeting minutes. Questions, comments?
Does the consent agenda include the interlocal agreement, or is that separate?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. And number 8, thank you, Mr. Weatherly. Thank you. Number 18, approval of an interlocal agreement for Emergency Management Services District between the City of Lago Vista, Texas and Travis County ESD number 1. And I just want to point out that that number 18, this was for last year. We have not paid them for this current year, I should say. We have not paid them as yet because they had never sent us the interlocal agreement for their services. They have finally done so. So that's what this ESD 1 agreement is for. Questions? All right. Yes, Frank.
18 is not on consent.
It's under consent.
Mhm.
17 and 18.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if we want to discuss it, we can always pull it.
No.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we accept the consent agenda.
All right, hold on just a second, Dick. Was there anybody from the audience that had any questions on consent agenda? All right, go ahead, Dick.
Make a motion that we accept the consent agenda.
I will second.
All right, I got a motion and a second from Tim Collins. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, hearing none, the consent agenda is approved unanimous. Discussion items, number 19, the Lago Vista Economic Recovery Program. Finally, we're at this point. I've been going back and forth with Travis County for I don't know how many months now to get our coronavirus relief funds. We had set aside $243,000 in corona relief funds to use for economic recovery due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The mission for this program is to stimulate economic recovery, and this is classified because the end result is the money given to the businesses. This is listed under a business program. I had to coordinate with Travis County and their administrator, BCL of Texas, on the business side. And then I had to go through to make sure there was no duplication of funding being provided to businesses. And then I had to go through the Health and Human Services section with Travis County to make sure that my residential qualifications did not interfere with any programs that they had. So there are two parts to the Lago Vista Economic Recovery Program, the residential side and the business side. There's application processes for both the residents and the businesses. Eligible residents. So as of today, both of these applications are on our website. So you can go on there and look at them. It has all the criteria in order for somebody to be eligible. Eligible residents will receive Lago Bucks to spend at eligible businesses. The amount that each resident or each household will be provided with is yet to be determined, as we do not know the number of applicants. Again, we have 243,000 set aside. Some of that has to go for administrative costs of printing and overhead things. But the rest of it will be distributed so it can make its way to our businesses. I just don't know the amount that each household will be given. That'll be based on our applications. We may even have more than one round of applications, but the initial round of applications is open until September 30th. So quick turnaround on those applications. That way we can start infusing these Lago Bucks into our community. The second phase of this is the business application. I have 4 businesses that I know of from Travis County that will not be eligible. They haven't provided me that list yet, but they have told me there's 4. I will bounce that off of BCL to make sure that we're not duplicating funding to any of those 4 businesses. Otherwise, businesses within Lago Vista can apply. Again, the application's online and all the criteria that they must meet. And once they apply, if accepted, they will be an eligible participating business. They have to apply to participate. So not every business in Lago Vista will be accepting the Lago Bucks. It's only if they apply and are approved to be a participating business. Once we have all those applications in, the residents will be provided with a list of participating businesses so that they know where they can spend their Lago Vista Bucks and interject this money into our local economy. The initial, I think, the packet, I sent this information. Since this was mine, I never actually looked down to see if it was included. Applications, Bucks, there it is. All right, yeah, so page 192, you kind of see the Bucks. They're a little bit different in reality. This is what they came out with after the printing. You will notice that it has an orange seal around it, and that is our anti counterfeit measure. This is a special watermark that if anybody tries to print it, duplicate it, copy it, that orange seal will not show up. So that will be provided to businesses to know what to look for when accepting the Lago Bucks. They are also serialized. We are going to have a spreadsheet created once we get all the applications in, so that when we hold our distribution and then people come to pick up their Lago Bucks, we can make note of what serial numbers they have been issued. So if we do get a photocopied version of one serial number, we will know who that was given out to. So you look at them, Lago Bucks. I've already got some detractors, which I knew I would, but that's kind of why I did it the way I did. Originally, these were gift cards, and they're still basically gift cards. But Paul Roberts had pointed out to me that local jurisdictions have the authority to print their own money, as long as it's financially backed. So I changed from a basic gift card to Lago Bucks. And the reason it has my picture on it as opposed to anybody else's picture is because I had a constituent tell me one time that the buck stops with me. So I went ahead and put my picture on there. So the Lago Bucks actually would start with me.
It looks a lot like the one in the post office.
I know, right?
Yeah, want it.
I'm surprised they didn't make my suit orange.
Oh, Lord. I think that's a $50 bounty on you. Isn't that what a bounty card looks like?
Yeah. So anyway, that is our Lago Bucks. They will be valid through the end of the year. Hopefully, I don't know. It depends on our businesses, where these are going to end up. But, figure with Thanksgiving and Christmas, it would be nice to be able to make these things available through the end of the year. So that's where it is right now. Right now we have, again, the applications are through September 30th. We have our first distribution event scheduled for Friday, October 2nd and Saturday, October 3rd, for people to come by and get their Lago Bucks and the list of eligible participating businesses. We'll be asking, hopefully tasking our Economic Development Committee, my Economic Development Director, and hopefully the Chamber of Commerce and any of our other organizations out there that can help me get this word out. We've already started letting people know that this was coming, so the word's out there a little bit, but we're officially kicking it off tonight, and hopefully the word will get spread. I know we only have 30-something people that attend tonight, and I don't know how many will watch it, but please share the word so that we can get this money out to our businesses. Questions, comments? Anything I didn't cover? No. All right. Oh, I see Paul Prince.
Yeah, just a couple. So these have already been printed. All of the bucks have been printed.
Yes.
And what was the process for deciding how to distribute the money? I mean, I see it described here, but what was the process for coming up with that criteria?
So it was a real headache. Everything that we were trying to submit to Travis County, they were basically rejecting. We had, was it 15, 17? I don't remember the number of small cities. You remember, Josh, the number of cities?
Yeah, I think there were 15 total that we had in that discussion.
So there was 15 total small cities that Travis County was tasked providing funds for based on the $55 per capita. And then they set out their guidelines that we could use this money for coronavirus relief fund expenses, which we have done some of that. I think our total was $391. So based on stuff that we've had to do with just covering expenses of coronavirus, we're down to the last 243,000. And I had to come up with some way to get this to the businesses, and everything that me and the other cities would submit, the county would come back and say, well, we already have a program like that. You can't duplicate it. You can't duplicate it. And eventually I came across the city of Edinburgh, Texas, and they had done this program. Now, Edinburgh was a large enough city and they were in a small enough populated county that they got their funding directly from the federal government and did not have to wait on their county. So they've been doing it. They started this back in May, I want to say. So they had this program up and running. So I took their idea, modified it to Travis County, and presented it to Travis County. And they actually said yes. They did make sure that I worked with BCL to make sure that there wasn't any duplications, but they approved it as long as everybody else gave me the okay. Contacted BCL. The director of that organization actually knew the city manager of Edinburgh, Texas personally. So she was able to reach out to him, and everything, once I finally got the okay, it went smoother, but it took until August to get the okay from Travis County. And as a result, I noticed we got an update from Travis County, the small cities stuff. Of the 15, only 4 have actually been able to come up with a project that Travis County has approved. So that was the process, and you can thank Edinburgh, Texas for providing me with the idea. Of course, Paul for the idea of money. But
That's like you earned getting your picture on there, I guess.
do what?
It says, I've said it sounds like you earned getting your picture on there.
I don't know. It was just funny. I was playing with it, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to put my picture on there just because. Oh, something I did leave off. When you go to the eligible bid, the participating business to spend this, there are no other denominations. There's just a $50 bill. So we're working with the businesses. They will either be able to, if you don't spend all 50, they will either be able to give you cash, change, or they will give you a store gift card for the amount remaining. So you don't necessarily have to spend all $50 at one time, but just know that more than likely, if you don't, you're going to get a gift card for that same business. More than likely, I don't know. It just depends on the business. You may get cash back. Either way, when the business comes to the city, they're getting $50. So when they redeem it.
And the banks will accept it?
No. The Bank of Star or whoever.
Oh, so they get cash. They go to the Star and she gives them $50.
That's correct. I don't know who we're going to designate as the administrator of that fund, but yes, it is through Lago Vista, through the city.
Okay.
Anybody else? All right, thank you. I'll pass the word. Oh, number 20, city manager reports.
Mayor, I think I've reported everything I know tonight, so I'm done.
All right, time is it?
We're all fried.
Woo! I still got work to do after this. Future meetings, 21, consider schedule and items for council meetings. Josh, I have something. I don't know. Just make a note of this. I don't know what date yet. But you know how everybody knows we contract to Waste Connections for our trash and recycling services. There is a third service that we could potentially provide to the citizens, and that is your household hazardous waste collection. And this would be a pass-through contract, very similar, just like Waste Connections. I want to allow the company to come and show council and the citizens what they offer. But basically, this is their flyer. But basically, you remember a year and a half ago when we did our household hazardous waste, they collect batteries, oil, paint, antifreeze, tires, electronics, all that stuff that you can't throw in the dump or in your trash can, all those household hazardous waste. This company will come to your doorstep and pick it up just like the trash company does. And you put it in a box, and I think that I'd have to get the clarification. If we don't include electronics, it's like 85 cents a month or 89 cents a month, something like that. If we do include electronics, your TVs, stereos and stuff, you want those picked up instead of throwing them in the cul-de-sacs. I think it's $1.05 per month. Anyway, that's just something I want them to come and present, and I want to get feedback from the community to see if this is something we would want to add to our trash services. Anybody else? Diane.
What would it take to get recycle pickup once a week instead of every other week?
Oh, we'd have to renegotiate the contract, and I don't know. I know an additional cart. I pay for an additional cart, so I have 2 recycling cans. They're still only picked up every other week, but I pay $7 extra.
Don't pay it.
They told me $10. They told me $10. That's $120
My
2 recycle.
Yeah, I just write the check. My wife reads the bill. She just tells me how much to write the check for. So I don't know what it may be $10. I don't know, but I'd pay for a second cart. Gosh, adding another service, that's a whole nother truck and route. I would think a good 50% increase.
Really?
Because now instead of having trash trucks 4 times a month and recycling, now you're at least a third. You're adding 2 more. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure it would be a significant increase to do it once a week, as opposed to 2 cans for recycling. But
I guess it just seems counterintuitive to me to charge $120 a year to pick up 2 cans when we're trying to encourage decreasing our footprint and encourage recycling, but it makes no logical sense to pay $120 for another can to rent it when you can buy another trash can for 2/3 that price and have it for permanent, and they just empty 2 cans.
Yeah.
So it's just
Well,
counterintuitive to the purpose of being better, community.
Yeah. We could ask them. I know at one time, because with my household, we recycle way more than we actually throw away. So I had suggested dropping trash to every other week and recycling once a week, swapping them. That didn't go over very well because people didn't like the smell for an extra week. So anyway, but yeah, whenever their contract's up, we can always ask them for, proposals. Yes, Darcy.
All they could say is no.
Well, you might want to look into actually how much is getting recycled. You're wasting your money. Only 15% of the recycling is actually going to recycling. 85% of that is just going straight to the garbage. Those are new statistics. Everybody should look that up. The thing to do is to stop consuming and to try to not have so much plastic and waste. And that is your answer. And I hate to say this, but in the times that we're looking at, we used to send it to China. China is no longer taking it. And so we really need to stop consuming and making the waste in the first place. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Well, if they make bigger
We
booths.
get to that discussion, we'll discuss it. We're looking for future agenda items.
Yeah, we're looking to end this.
Yes, Frank, did you have something?
No, you covered it, Mayor.
Okay. Anybody else? Nobody has anything. We'll just cancel all council meetings for the rest of the year.
Second.
All right. If that is everything, where am I at on my list? That is everything, is it not? Dun, dun, dun. All right, I will call this meeting adjourned at 11:10 p.m. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, I got a headache.
Yeah.